We are the babies of sa.neter. We are emulating the greatness of sa.neter, the HOK, the House of Consciousness, and the trailblazing work by the one and only sa.neter. And I told sa.neter because we your babies, sa.neter, because we your goddamn babies, we gonna be successful, bruh.
Step in this we go toe for toe, toe for toe. Tough in the environment, round for round, blow for blow, blow. So one I mind about that storm, rain, sleet, and snow. Jam on my back like a medic, been ready for war. HOK on the front line, ready to go. We done run with the jungle, climb out the snow. We don't deal with the foes, can't trust them. Them boys throwing signs, but they ain't saying nothing. I see my bread when I sleep, and when I wake from it, it's about to go down up in the street. We bout this shit, something. Sitting on my feet, cause I'm a man on that fix. Running, welcome to the HOK, we like the wind coming. No, we don't fly with the snakes, still away from us. Get them your last, watch and see this thing gon' take from you. So the babies get my heart and soul, make a way for 'em. I put my life on the line like I'm big for 'em. See, in a minute, we in the minutes, I'm Popeye with this bitty. We keep it bottom moving like it's in it. I'm right there back and want it, you can get it. I got that here for homie like a way. Research, run that badger like a play. Bring it towards you like a play. I'm with us, we straight. Step in this we go toe for toe, toe for toe. Tough in the environment, round for round, blow for blow, blow. So one I mind about that storm, rain, sleet, and snow. Jam on my back like a medic, been ready for war. HOK on the front line, ready to go. We done run with the jungle, climb out the snow. We don't deal with the foes, can't trust them. Them boys throwing signs, but they ain't saying nothing. They say that they ready for what we gon' get in the thing change. They living in nothing, the rope at their bottom, they hollering the gang, can't go in the bang, they killing the name, bang. They can wait for the baby, they living each other the same thing. I gotta keep it alive, we get them bucket them hot, we make a way to the top, yeah. I thank the Father cause he made a way, and all my haters, all stars, they do the fade away. Up from the gossip, the drama, the hate, they to the chatter. Oh, when they go down, they still hollering sa.neter. We go to war for them people, I'm talking young and old, toe for toe. Round for round when it's going down, blow for blow. Searched around from high to low, this info got a red dot. Sources in this clip, man, this might just be a headshot. Step in this we go toe for toe, toe for toe. Tough in the environment, round for round, blow for blow, blow. So one I mind about that storm, rain, sleet, and snow. Jam on my back like a medic, been ready for war. HOK on the front line, ready to go. We done run with the jungle, climb out the snow. We don't deal with the foes, can't trust them. Them boys throwing signs, but they ain't saying nothing.
Yeah. Y'all already know what it is, man. We got Kemetian the Dep in the building today. And man, welcome back, brother Kemetian. Been on a little hiatus, taking care of a lot of his business. But anyway, what's going on with you, my brother? Peace and blessings. You look like you're chopping up a little bit. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, let me close this other one. Okay, there we go. Yes, sir. It should catch in a second. We got a little storm going on down here, sir.
Yeah.
But you can hear me clearly though, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, most definitely. So if I'm moving a little slower, shifty, it's mainly we want to get the information out, and it probably will catch in. Maybe when the clouds move over or whatever the case may be.
Right.
But we can definitely move ahead because my internet is strong over here.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So yeah, man, we got a grand drawing to bring to the manifest, brother. We've been on a mission, like you said, moving through the terrain, so to speak. And you know, we just got good intention, man, to bring a drawing out here and do what I was born to do. You know, and that's really bridge the gaps. That's always been my position. And so what I'm doing here, I'm not trying to promote one particular way of life over the other. I just want to show the people that everything comes from one source, irregardless of the way that we may look at it and see it from a limited point of view. So, you know, we're going to bring a grand drawing on the manifest dealing with Allah and Yahweh are the same God. And both of their origins are derived from ancient Kemet.
All right, man. Hey, what motivated you to do this lecture here?
Yeah, I seen the debate between Captain Tazariot, you know, and remember I did a presentation on this a while back on your show, and nobody never rebutted what I brought forth, you know, but most of our people have selective memory based upon what it is they want to receive. So we're going to put it in their face again, but from a higher vibration. And I'm going to use biblical sources to prove what I'm saying. Our beloved brother from the NOI did a good job. However, you know, some of us have studied to a level outside of what it is that we believe a little further. You know what I mean? And that's what we have to do. And I say that from both parties. Brother Cap, good brother. You know, however, we know his measure gonna come straight from his doctrine and the way he teach. So we understand his point of view on the way he see Islam and all of that. Me and him had a conversation a while back, you know, and it didn't go well, so to speak. We didn't get into it. He just fled on me when I put a measure out there. So I'm gonna put that in y'all face tonight as well. And like I said, both of our brothers were lacking in certain information as to why they can't see, and it's based upon the doctrine that they have. You know, that's not to attack them, but it's based upon the doctrine that they believe in. So they don't want to accept certain things, and that's where the clash came in. So we're gonna get into the doctrine. And yeah, you see your boy 7000, it actually have him on his platform. He writes Captain Tazariot ran. You know, so if you want to debate me after this, oh, we ain't got no problem with that. You know, I got zero tolerance for anybody that want to play. The Mr. Nice Guy commission is gone. I ain't into no low vibration, but sorry, you already know I had it in me. So since they want to challenge after the fact, we're going to let it be known anybody that want to challenge, come get it. But my intent is to bring unity. You see what I'm saying? But we know people like to, you know, they like to poke the bear, so to speak. So if you come in here with that, stick to the subject matter. We ain't finna get into, you know, what's the definition of the name of a Moor and who Prophet Noble Drew Ali is. When you do that, I'm gonna tell Saw to remove you off the panel because you getting in the way of the drawing. Right. So yeah, we got a grand draw, and this ain't gonna be no crap show. This gonna be scholarship.
And Captain should have known he was gonna poke the bear and wake you up, man. He shouldn't have came out with this, but it is what it is, and now you gotta reap what you sown on this information right here.
And it's all about educating. You know, I'm educating my family so that they can see, and hopefully Cap can stop religious gang banging. Let people be who they is. I don't say that.
I like that. I like that.
That's what it is. Religious gang banging. You know what I mean? He ain't the only one.
He going around beating up all the pastors and the Muslims.
Yeah. You know, stop it. You know, because you actually blaspheming against the Most High and don't even know it. The same God that you say you worship, you actually blaspheming against him. And when I put this out here, Saw, I'm coming. So go ahead, brother, and I'll come on in here.
Okay. So what you're saying is that Allah and Yahawah are the same gods, and both of them, both of their origin derives from ancient Kemet. Oh man.
Yes, sir. You see that last jewel I put in there?
That's right. Yeah.
So we got something for everybody tonight.
Right.
This afternoon,
man, I'm passing Mike. I'm gonna let you get it in. Go ahead, brother.
And I can present. It's already set up for me to do my present.
No, I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it yet. You gotta share it.
Okay. I was just trying to make sure. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put this up here, and want to give honors to all those too, even the ones that are already in opposition and they don't even know why. So
man, Dinka Mali in the building, man. You coming from the Lions Den. You was one time considered the Lions Den champion. Am I right?
Yeah. You know, they had put me out there for the same reason.
So who took your title from you though?
Oh, nobody never took. Yeah, nobody never took the title. I just, you know, moved forward. You know what I mean? Me and my brother JJ, we
got the title. You still got it.
Yeah, well, what happened? Me and my brother JJ, we bumped head. It wasn't nothing. Well, it was real bad or nothing like that right there. But I just moved forward. No opposition toward the brother. We definitely. He gave me that title because nobody wanted to come forth in the channel.
It's scared,
you know
man.
What I mean? Same thing on your platform. People talk like they want to challenge, but really don't want to smoke.
Right.
You know. So is my screen sharing right now? Well,
your screen is up.
Okay. Yeah. So. Okay. All right. And I did the entire screen because I want to make sure that I touch on all of this. And I got. You know, this was actually set up for other debates in the past too. You know, I had some of my information dealing with our brother Sekou, you know, which we never had that conversation. Right. But I'm taking from a lot of that information. I'm putting some of that out here. Before I go into anything, to remove all doubt and discrimination, I got to start with, you know, exactly who the Arabs are, the original Arabs.
Yeah.
Because if I don't do that right there, they're going to have a misunderstanding from the beginning. You know, so trust me, this is not your Orthodox Islamic approach. You know, over here in the Moorish paradigm, we teach, you know, think not with Arabia. You see what I'm saying? That's what Prophet Noble Drew Ali taught us. Think not with Arabia. You see what I'm saying? In other words, we ain't thinking like the Arab. So, you know, this is presented to you from what is known as the Egyptian Adeptus Research Society. You know, and that's a foundation that we use to teach in the Moorish paradigm. So if you see this picture right here, Sa, you see Muhammad right here, right?
Yeah.
Now, this is a picture in Washington, D.C. It's actually in the monuments up there. You got the scimitar in one hand, the Quran in the other. You know, actually scimitars covering the Quran. But you see, I had a unity symbol of, you know, peace dealing with all walks of life, because these are the main ones that everybody draw from here. You know, be it Judaism, you know, if you get into, you know, Confucianism, Buddhism, you know, Hinduism or Islam, or, you know, when you get into all these are some of the main religions that are dominating the world. Would you agree with that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Right now.
Yeah.
You know, and all of them have points that can make somebody better if they really apply the principle. Problem is, you got Muslims that ain't really living like the Quran say. You got Moors that ain't living like Prophet Noble Drew Ali say. You got Christians that ain't living like Jesus said. You know, those who claim to follow Moses and don't believe in Jesus in the realm of Judaism, they ain't following what they said. So everybody got a problem. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And this is the conflict. You know, you can say what you say, and then we can't blame the men that came to bring these doctrines forth because of the actions of those who want to deviate and religious gangbang and fight over, you know, what they feel is their new interpretation of the doctrine, because that's where the conflict coming in at. These various different expressions of exegesis and interpretation that people use to justify what it is that they believe. Nothing wrong with believing what you believe, but respect, if you follow your teaching, most of these teachings tell you to be at peace with yourself and other individuals. You see, if you ain't getting that out of what you believe, you can call yourself Muslim, you can say you're Hebrew, you can say you're Moor, you can say you whatever. You can say you Kemetian, but if you ain't living by the laws that make you peaceful, then you're a walking contradiction. That go for everybody. And see, that's how I go when I put it in my Libra scales, my Ma'atic scales. So, you know, I look at it from both aspects. What did it teach in the Grand Quran? You know, to speak the truth, even if it's against the self. And a lot of us get in the ego, we can't do it. So let me move forward. Let's start here. Who are the true ancient Arabs? You know, and really they didn't even use the name Arab until later. You know, these people were known by another name if we were to get into the biblical context and historical context. You see, I've showed this to the people in the past and it went over their head, but this is a depiction of, you know, what they refer to as an Arab camel rider. And when you look at those features on their shop, you see the locks in the head with the nappy beard, you know good and well that ain't the modern Arab that you look at in this new era in time.
Man, you going in right now. I already see it.
Oh, it's finna get deeper. Watch when I really go into it.
Yeah.
Oh, it get greater than this. And you see the sister over here. You know, this is a modern expression of a sister that derived from this ancient Arab, and they are referred to as the Sabians, you know, which was known as Seba in the biblical context, the seed of Cush, the first son of Cush. You know, and when you get into this, you can see even the language that's up here, you know, which is known as Himyaritic or Sabian. You know, some people like to say Sabian, but it's all good. We ain't gonna go there. Now, this is where we go to getting into it heavy. We can see the Kemetic relics that are derived from the Sabian. You see the cradling crescent with the sun in it. We know that come from the headdress of the goddess. And the god man would wear these in ancient Kemet. Correct, sir?
Yes. Yep.
You see the bull also?
Yeah.
And this is not strange because if we know anything, you know, about Heru or Hathor, she was considered the bull goddess. You see, cow, let's put it that way. The male is the bull. You know, that would go into the All-Star demonstration. You know, but the goddess is the cow. You know, so this cow was sacred to ancient Kemet. It was sacred to the Sabians. It was sacred to Hinduism. And you know, Sab, by looking at all the information that has been presented on your platform, that cow done come up and the bull done come up in most of, you know, the doctrines of these people that speak, right or wrong.
Right.
Now watch this. And I have this is coming from Smith's Classical Dictionary here. You know, it speaks on the ancient Cushites of prehistoric Arabia. We got to touch on that before we even get into the modern stuff that's going on. And I took small stuff out of here because I got 300 slides, but I know ain't no way I'm going to be able to do that. So I minimized a lot of this stuff so we'll be able to open up the floor and hear from our family as well. So Arabia was the original Ethiopia, is what's being said here, or the land of Cush. So before Arabia was known as Arabia or the Arabia Felix, you know, as we know it today, the Middle East, it was simply known as the land of Cush in Ethiopia. The upper, the countries on the upper Nile were called Ethiopia because they were at first colonies or dependent provinces of ancient Arabia, which again is Cush or Ethiopia. At the latter period, when the ancient and long continued sway of the Ethiopians of Arabia declined and gave way to the rise of great monarchies in Western Asia and India, Kushite regions of Asia received new masters and took on new names. So it's telling you what happened. It don't get no plainer than that. And this is why you see various people. In fact, there's one drawing that has to do with the ancient Arabians as being the Kushites, and then those who were called Arabians as well as those who were an admixture of people who came in. So there are two groups, the original people, indigenous Kushites, and then you have those who came in and mixed with them throughout, you know, the times of the climes, and then they produce a mixed breed, which has now dominated the location today, and people can't comprehend beyond what they can see with their eyes now, and they won't look back into the past, and this is why they lost when it comes to this history. So Arabia itself was reconstructed by new forms of political organization, and finally the later Greeks and Romans introduced the custom of confining the name Ethiopia to certain African countries on the Nile above Egypt. So this is where everything changed. That when Greek, you know, people came in, and even the original indigenous people that was there, we already know they was of dark hue as well before they went there, but that's another measure. But they began to refer to Arabia, you know, in a different light, and they didn't refer to it as Cush no more, Ethiopia, and so forth and so on. So it says in the Hebrew scriptures, Arabia is uniformly described as Cush, or the land of Cush. We're going to show this to you in a minute. In our English Bible, it says, as in the translation of the 70, this term is usually rendered Ethiopia. In the 8th chapter of Esther, and it goes on and, gives other measures. Then I go to the other drawing here, and I give another picture again of, this is a better image. You know good and well that ain't no modern Arab right there, sir. You see that? That's a clear version of what we showed you before.
I see it.
Goodness gracious. You see them locks in their head and that nappy beard, that broad nose and them lips. Oh, man, look like some people we know. So anyway, it goes into the two races in Arabia at the present time. Arabia is inhabited by two distinct races. This is what I was talking about a few minutes ago. Namely, the descendants of the old Adite or Cushite or Ethiopian race. The Quran speaks on the people of Ad. So I know you know this because you used to be Muslim. When it speaks on the people of Ad, what people don't know, Ad simply means first people. Often when you see the term Ad, being added, to a name like Adam, they would say, well, this is the first man, or Adin, which is where they get Eden from. This represents the first land biblically. Now, we know when we get into the historicity, it's, a little deeper than that. But we're using this biblical measure because this is what we're dealing with right now, so that people may know what it is that we're talking about. So Ad simply mean the oldest Cushites are the first people. These were the ones that in that land, referred to as Adites as well. Dwelling chiefly at the south and the east and the central parts of the country, but formerly supreme throughout the whole peninsula. So that means throughout the whole of Middle East, these Adites and Cushites dominated the region. In fact, coming from the Horn of Africa, crossing over what they call the Red Sea into the Arabian Peninsula, you will find the people in Yemen, known as Seba or Sheba, which are descendants of the ancient Cushites according to the Bible, right? So it goes on and it says the Semitic Arabians, Muhammad's race, it says found chiefly in the Hejaz at the north, and it gives all these different aspects in some districts of the country. These races are more or less, right? So, it gives two aspects, the old Cushites and then those who came from various different aspects that are mixed with the people, so to speak. So it said, it appears to have been misunderstood also that the earliest civilization appeared in Arabia, and this was manifestly the belief of most ancient Hebrew writers who described its first inhabitants. Now, the Hebrews said this themselves now. They spoke on the ancient civilization coming out of here, and they really was talking about the Cushites. They don't teach that now today, sir. The Hebrews teach a lot of opposition against anything that's Cushitic. And then they like to say, well, we are chosen. We receive the covenant of the Most High. That's true, according to the book. However, but what they don't like to tell our people is that Noah also had a covenant that was for the Hamites. And that covenant for the Hamites was said to be a perpetual covenant. What does the word perpetual mean, sir?
To continue on.
Yeah, that means it'll never change.
Right.
So though they have a covenant, Noah, which they claim to be one of their fathers, that gave birth to these ancient Cushites, well, if you ain't following his covenant or honoring his covenant, then you going against the great God. See, this is why I say they got to be careful. You see, because this is the line that the ancient Arabs, as we would call them, which were known as the Cushites, they were under that covenant. And even another covenant that came through Ishmael, that was a covenant under circumcision, which they also have to honor if they honor God. Now, when they get to mixing up all this stuff and talking about, Ishmael wasn't the chosen, this and that, there Isaac was, that's true. But Ishmael was given a covenant. And the Most High made a covenant with them based upon both of the sons. You see? But he also told Israel, that the kingdom was going to be taken from them and given to another. According to Jesus, that's what Jesus said. The same block the builder rejected was going to become the chief cornerstone. He talked about, a wild olive branch being grafted in, and the original branches being broken off, so to speak, as a result of their disobedience. It brought the fullness of who they call the Gentiles in, those who are non-Israelites. And that would include those who they refer to as Cushites and the people of Seb. But it says they recognize no country as older than Cush or Ethiopia. This is the Hebrews, ancient writers, which was intimately associated with the oldest traditions and recollections recorded in their scriptures. So they was honest, sir, and family out there in the chat. The original Hebrews, those who crossed over from unrighteousness into righteousness, because that's all the word Hebrew means. Israel is the people. Hebrew represents the action of coming from darkness in the light, from unrighteousness into righteousness, from a lower state of vibration into a higher state of vibration. So the Hebrew is not the race. The Hebrew is the divinity of Israel, meaning if they demonstrate the act. But that's another measure as well. So Cush had 6 sons whose allotments were as follows. And this is where it goes. The first son of Cush is known as Seba, which is the founder of the Sabians. This is very important that we understand this. We showed you the Sabian sister up there earlier. So you know how they look. So that automatically disqualified a modern day Arab that you call, Arabs today from being, and this picture here, pardon self, hold up, give it here again. This picture here that we showed, with the brothers with the nappy locks, so we know these are the people that we talking about. So that kill, the pale skinned Arabs. We're going to kill that argument before we even get into that. So those of you who have prejudice against, that particular region because of what you see in the modern time, we gave you a reason to go do some research and think again. So anyway, they spoke of Yahawah, who peopled the land of Havilah on the frontiers of that of the Amalekites, Sabta, who with his brothers Ramah and Sabteka, all these are seeds of Cush now. It's supposed to have resided in Arabia Felix, or what they call the Middle East. The form of these had 2 male children, Sheba and Dedan. And for those who don't know, this Sheba that they're really referring to here, this is where the NOI get the concept of Shabazz, who is really referred to because he said the tribe of Shabazz ended up going into Saudi Arabia, and they went into the Nile Valley civilization of Egypt. This tribe of Shabazz that people think is fake. No, it's real. It's actually referring to the Shemsu Hor. You see? But you got to know what sound shifting is. You see? If you interchange the word B and M, they are a sound shift between each other. But we'll get into that on another measure in the future. But anyway, it goes on. It says Sheba was the progenitor of the West Ethiopians, to whom he left his name. Sheba also means 7. It means perfection. The Hindus suppose that the African Negroes were the first inhabitants of the Wipa, or the country of Cush. So those who are known in the Indus Kushite Valley civilization, they came from the Meru Kushite civilization. The Meru Kushite civilization, where the Temple of Amun is, they crossed over from that region over the Red Sea and went into India. And these are the Kushites that are known today as your untouchables, a real dark in hue family. You see? So these particular people that are over there, they are known as the Indus Kushite Valley civilization. And their sacred river is the Ganges, just as the sacred river in Africa, Kemet, is the Nile. Praise be to the Most High. I did my DNA and found out both my paternal and my maternal root, comes from a father there and a mother there out of the Sudan, and they migrated across the Sahel. Want to give honors to Shaka Amos. because he said something in a recent measure when he was showing y'all the concept of coming out, you know, of Kemet and going to the west. I seen that too. I've been watching. You know, he basically said what I've been saying to y'all a whole bunch. You know, and my DNA not only confirmed it, but I was saying that before I got DNA results. You know, people don't know there was a migration out into the west, and then they actually migrated back into the east. But that's a whole nother measure. So as we go on, this Kush Dweepa, without ascribe to them, comprises Abyssinia and Ethiopia. Abyssinia is just another name for that same region, you know, in the Nile Valley civilization, when they get to talking about Al-Habasha, you know, the Sudan, Kush, so forth and so on. So, you know, it says, on the authority of Bruce Steele acknowledges the Queen of Sheba, who came to Solomon as their sovereign, Nimrod, remaining Cushite and a mighty hunter, is singled out and spoken of alone in the sacred narrative. The beginning, which implies progress of this kingdom, is recited in the Pentateuch. The only other reference to him is by the prophet Micah, who mentions the land of Nimrod. And we know Nimrod was of the Cushite blood as well. They gave him a bad rap, but he was one of the mightiest builders it is. I want to touch on this too, before we go anywhere, because a lot of people ignorant of the Arabic language, you know, often associate Alat with Allah when they have no association. I actually debated somebody in the lines then on that and killed that narrative way back, you know, a few years ago. Alat and Allah is not the same, and I'm gonna get deeper into this in a minute. However, Alat has been demonized, but this is, you know, a drawing that actually comes from the Sabians, and this is not Kemetic, even though it looks as such, because there's a connection between the two. We are not surprised. So this is a goddess in a sphinx form, you know, that express what Alat actually derives from. You know, the example of Alat. And we got some drawing we're going to touch on that in a minute. So here you have an example of the Sabians right here. And if you look at some of the acts of the Sabians, look what they were doing before Islam. Look what they were doing before Islam became manifest, before Muhammad. You know, they were demonstrating the aspect of niyat, intention.
Brother, I've been saying that all the time. I've been telling Lord Abba that all the time. And he said, no, but I'm glad you got it, because I was looking for that. He
another one that lacked knowledge.
Been doing that, man. Been doing that.
And that come from Kemet.
Yeah.
Whether they know it or not. But this is just a Sabian. Look at them going down in the prostration. If you didn't know no better, you would, if they had kufis on, you would say, well, they're Muslims. But even without the kufi, right, you see evidence. Come on, man. Ain't nothing new under the sun. You see? Now look, when I say this thing even go back to Kemet, when we deal with prostration, we know this is Kemetic. So this is a Libyan, a Canaanite, Syrian, and a Nubian. Bowing down. These are different nations bowing down to the or the Ra-Mesu, God almighty no. So, you know, all that stuff, you know, it ain't nothing different. Now, don't y'all get upset right here. This is where we go into the Al-Ilah, the Ilat, you know, origins. We see, you know, all of this is phallic and yoni worship, you know, and this is why, you know, Alat could never be Allah, because it always had to do with an aspect, you know, of a feminine deity. And so again, this is phallic and yoni worship that they was demonstrating in pre-Islamic Arabia. They got the concept of Alat from here. You see the goddess standing on, and this is actually Kadesh. You know, this is why they come up with the name Kadesh as Holy Spirit and being the Holy Mother. Kadesh. This is why they do that in the biblical. That's why they say that. This is the goddess Kadesh. And she was actually making peace between the brothers, offering the lotus plant and so forth and so on to one, and trying to bring peace between these ones. That's here's the other expression you see when people, you know, try to depict, you know, the elect. You know, and I showed this image earlier. But when you go into sound shifting again, you know, we know R is interchangeable with the letter L. And they say this is alati, alti. And for those who tripping on the picture, I thought you say the picture. No, we dealing with hieratic. We already know it was reverse engineered. So that's a whole nother measure. We still waiting on somebody to challenge that as well. But so the R is interchangeable with L. So if you interchange this R and L, then you get alat again. So this alat origin really go back to the goddess of ancient Kemet, you know, before Arabia. Now let's go into the proper context of what we was able to kill one with on the brother's channel. And we don't mean it. We say unalive, pardon the body. You know, we actually was able to show the difference between the two. For those who try to make Allah and Alat the same. This comes from chapter 53, Surah Al-Najm, the star. And it ain't strange because Alat also deals with a lot of context of the star veneration as well. You know, this is the S star, the East star. All of it go back to it. You know, the concept of Eastern star and all of that. So it gives various different measures up here from different translations. It says, so have you considered Alat al-Uzza? You know, have you thought upon Alat and Uzza? This is the Quran. Have you seen Lat and Uzza? You know, have you considered the Lat and the Uzza? You know, and all of this is various different translations. The difference between Allah and Alat is right here, family. They are not the same. They have no relation to each other. See this right here? This is Allah. This is Alif Lam Ha. And I want y'all to remember this. A-L-H. This is the double letter, the Sukun, that I meant the Shada part itself. That brings about the double letter that makes this L here 2 L's. You see? And so right here, this is A, this is L, and this is T. This is A-L-T. 2 different words. Have no relation to each other. How do we know this? Because the Quran is actually condemning. It says, have you seen them? The third Ma'at and Al-Uzza and Alat. So have you considered? So have you considered Lat and Uzza and Manat the third? It says the other one. It say, it's for you, the male, and for him, the female. And that was the Quran making mockery, you know, of people trying to compare Alat to Allah. They are not the same. How is Alat going to be Allah when Alat was said to be the daughter of Allah? How is Alat going to be Allah when by the pagan Arabs, Alat was said to be the wife of Allah? You get that right there, Sa? How can he be the wife and the daughter?
I see what you're saying.
And still be Allah? And watch when I go into the source material. In pre-Islamic Arabia, before the birth of Muhammad as a prophet, and you're going to see that even in pagan time, Allah was never considered a Lat. And I got sources upon this, too much information. So even the symbols that you see, so this is a universal symbol with the crescent, cradle, and the sun. You know, this is actually one that was adopted by the clan here. You know, and I showed this in our last presentation right here. Look at that. You know, they even got a book they call the Quran. The Ku Klux Klan, making mockery of, you know, Islam. They call one of their leaders the Caliph. This is the most corrupt thing I ever seen. And also you got some of the sororities, you know, that draw from this same symbol as well, you know. So are they worshiping, you know, the goddess? Are they dealing with some, as they call it, moon worship because of this right here? I don't know. Y'all ask me. And I'm telling you right now, no, as it relates to us. But when it comes to everybody else, if you're going to say that we dealing with moon worship by dealing with Allah, then you got to say the Masons dealing with moon worship as Shriners. You got to say the clan dealing with them. You got to say here, this is a image of who we call Ta, you know, which is sometimes they use the term Aya or Ah, and you see the symbol above his head. So that means that you got to go against the ancestors because this symbol comes from Kemet. Man, I'm showing you, I'm dropping jewels right here, people. And this ain't just pictorial, melee, just putting this out. I'm just showing you basic things here. So now let's get back to the language. This is a depiction from the Kemetic sources, as we can see here. You see this language over here? This is actually Demotic, people. This is Demotic. Now, when you go over to, the pre-Islamic expression of language, look at these various different aspects of the Nabatean. This is also in line with the Sabian too. Look at these characters here, right? Look at all the characters here based upon all these languages that come throughout various time: Hurin, Abu Shadir, Petra, Sinai, Kufic, and then they get into the Nashki script, which is looking more like the modern Arabic that we see. Kufic in the Middle Ages. When you go over here and look at this Demotic down here, this is the same language that was known as Mudar by Ibn Khaldun or more, who gave the history on the language. So we see the very early source of Arabic sa originated from a Kemetic source indirectly. Goodness gracious. So if we get into this, watch this. I'm going to go somewhere real quick because I want to show you this. This is very important that I show you this one. Like I say, I can't use all of my sources right here because it's too many. And I want to make sure I'm able to leave some room for our family. So what I did, I put this same Arabic chart up here. And this is the part that you couldn't really see because it was cropped out. And I show you a Demotic script over here. In this Demotic script, we find out where the Arabs got the Allah glyph from. And it's right here. And they use this throughout the whole demonstration because that would be the ALL or the AL, and this would be the H. Just a different way of writing. I have it in here in many different areas. I basically point out alphabets that actually come right into the Arabic language. Like that would be a K and an L right there if you was really looking. That would be the letter B. Look at this, coming from a Kemetic source. Here it is. This is a clear version of what I'm calling the Allah glyph from a Demotic source, and they have it in them. A, and this would be the L, and that would be the H. So, this is really overkill. Like this, for example, would be a similar letter to the letter Sheen in Arabic, if you were looking at it. This is the K again. We can go on and on with this here, but I underline all these letters. Basically, all the letters that come from are what produce what we know today as the Arabic alphabet. So that in and of itself is a whole nother drawing. And again, we have Ibn Khaldun who confirmed this, and we'll do a presentation on that in the future to go a little deeper into it. So there's something I want to bring to you. I spoke earlier on Allah and Alat, and we seen the A, L, and the H. I want y'all to keep that in the mind. So when we have here, we got Aleph. This is Aleph in what they call box Hebrew. This ain't the original Hebrew. This is basically, I'm going to show it to you in a minute. I'm going to show you the original Hebrew in a minute. Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite. This is the Masoretic text. They use this a lot of time, but this is A. This is how you'll mostly find the book when you're trying to look up this stuff. You're going to see it in a minute when I go into the sources. This is A, and this is the Arabic A in comparison to that. Remember that. Same thing that was in the front of Allah. Now, when we come to the letter L down here, let me blow it up a little bit so that y'all can see this. You come to the letter L, you see Lamed. This is Lamed in the Hebrew. This is Lam in Arabic. So that's the A-L. And then you have H up here. This is the H in Arabic. That's the H in Hebrew. A-L-H. Remember that root. That 3-letter root. Remember that now. We just showed you the comparison between the Arabic and, the modern expression of the Hebrew that we see. I pulled this out, and it ain't strange over here. If you look, you see the name Allah dominates this region. This is the continent of Africa. But if you come over across the Sahel, because this is how the Sahel go, it flows out of the Sudan all the way over into what we call the door of no return, or Dakar in West Africa. That's where the slaves was taken from, one of the areas. So we see the name Allah as dominating here, is here, and then we have Allah here and Yahweh, which actually has to do with the Wolof name that's being used. Wolof in Swahili. So this is Allah, you know, dominating this particular region in the middle, running through the Sahel, because there are Muslims in this region. Now, the Islam that is studied by those in the West is quite different from those who deal with the East, because the East is mainly dealing with Orthodox Islam. The West, as our brother John Henry Clark, Dr. John Henry Clark, emeritus master teacher, he's still teaching from the plane of soul, if you ask me, because I was able to receive the knowledge when he spoke on Islam. You know, he said there was a different type of Islam. Political Islam dominates, you know, the eastern portion of Africa right now. Always has. But Tasawwuf and Sufism, which comes from the Kemetic source, is what dominates West Africa. And the most dominant order of Sufism is the one that was founded by Sheikh Ahmadu Baba, pardon himself, Ahmadu Baba. He was the one that set up what they call the Muridiyah. You know, that's what's dominating out of all of them. A lot of Arabs jealous of that. But that's a whole nother measure. But there are some Kemetic principles. They mummify their dead, the Syria people who follow that. You know, all of those who follow Ahmadu Baba, you know, they are the ones that are, you know, following a Kemetic tradition, whether we say indirectly or directly. Our brother Shaka Amos gave a measure when he was speaking on pre-Islamic Arabia, and he talked about the Sumerian connection, you know. And in all actuality, you can see the lat here. We didn't put a la there, but then you see when you go back to Sumer here, you have the Allah, and that's what the brother was talking about. You have the Alagula, you know, there's a connection here in Sumer. But then, and we seen this actually right here, the Allah without the H at the end in West Africa as well. Like I said, when you get into the realm of, you know, the Swahili and the, you know, the Wolof people, we seen that. So in Kemet, this is the root that gave birth to both Yahawah and Allah. Aya, Yah. This is actually, you can find this in, you know, the dictionary. We're going to show that in a minute, you know, the Kemetic dictionary. Aru, you know, which I showed the trans expression of the L as it replaces this letter R. You will see it spelled both ways depending on what the dictionary source you're going through. Allah, again, Aru, this is actually a place. This is actually where it said that Ra went, when he got tired of the, you know, the people being rebellious. He went to a place that was known as Allah, Sekhet Allah. So Kemetically, Allah is a state of existence or a state of being. So for example, if we did the same thing Ra did, because we're dealing with so many rebellious, hard-headed, stiff-necked people, and we go into a state of isolation, then that state of isolation in our meditation becomes Allah, a state of being. God Almighty, no. You know what I mean? A state of existence. So instead of looking at this, you know, as a spook God outside of the self somewhere in space, Allah Kemetically represents a state of being. You see? Alu, Anru. I'm going to go into this in a minute. I got sources on that in here. I'm just pointing it out right now there. So now let me show you about this name Allah. Before we go into the biblical and the Hebrew aspect of it, we got to show you how universal this name is. When we get into sound shifting again, You know, and this is a book known as The New Nation. It's a book that you can find in Google Books. You know, a lot of these sources, that's where they come from that I'm using. So we have, you know, halo. They say this is a circle appearing around the body of the sun. Welsh, all, AWL, primeval light, considered independent reflection and figurative prayer or praise as being a recurrence to that light. We unpacking etymology right now, family. We done showed you who the ancient Cushites is. We done showed you, you know, how this Arabic, you know, actually come from a Kemetic source. Now we unpacking some of this etymology because most language indirectly derive from Kemetic sources. But anyway, Uluwi, celestial, high sublime. This is Hindu. Now wait till they get into the Al, the God. Remember this letter I showed y'all earlier was the A in the alphabet chart, and this is the L. That's Al, God in Hebrew, right? Genesis 1, they show you where it is. I'm the Almighty God. Deuteronomy 7:21, a mighty God and terrible. Psalms, you know, I want to say it might be 50 something, if I ain't mistaken. But then it says, I went into the sanctuary of God. This is Al. Al is a measure that was adopted not only in Hebrew, but also in Arabic as well. Hebrew, this is the ALH. Remember, I just told y'all to remember that when I put that out here. So we already done started something. We know Hebrew ain't got no vowels in it. The real Hebrew. This is the Masoretic expression. We're going to go deeper into this in a minute. We just unpacking this, showing you the various different cultures that have this name Allah. This is Allah spelled A-L-A-H. When they put the vowel in it, see the A-L-H? And I just showed y'all a few minutes ago, this is the Arabic version as well as the Hebrew version. So that right there, we really could stop the whole conversation right here. So I should drop 1,000,000 bombs on that right there, because that automatically show you that Allah and Yahawah is the same God, because that's a name that was used for God in the Bible right there that I'm showing you. Unless you're saying that these are different gods. You see, we know he had many names, but this is one of the names right here in the Bible. If you say he had many names and you deny that this is one of them and it's used throughout the whole of the text, then you look crazy out here. Into this. Oh, sorry. Wait till I go to showing you all the scriptures where this was used at. Nasty work in a righteous way. You see? So again, this is another expression. Allah. They put an O here, but it's still talking about God. God of gods. So this is the God of gods, family. Not only God, but the God of gods, Captain. Deuteronomy, he forsook God, which made him. Job is not God in the heights. And this is the word that they're using, Allah here, right? Watch this. We still unpacking. Assyrian, Ilu. In the same realm, Hosa, the Hosa people. Allah, God. We know that come from the Swahili and all that right there. So we know how they got that. That's all right. Now let's go back up here again. They have Illa, a god, a pagan deity. Ulu, they have, and that's when you're talking about the pagan god, for those who don't know. Illa, not Allah, two different measures. But it says Ulu, used figuratively for the gods. Kalu, a god. Seli, a Kelly, the epithet of the supreme being. This is in Welsh. They're showing the various different changes and similarities between the etymological root. Kaila, the name of Brahma, Vishnu, Sanskrit. Kahali, you know, an epithet of Siva. These are all deities, you know, or a deity or the deity, you know, in different languages. Here's the Kalu, which is connected here. Kalu, the name of a mystical region, the fourth abode of Osiris, and we say Osar. You know, this is dealing with the ritual of the dead. This is the place where Osar is said to be, right? Now let's go to the word that I was talking about earlier. Remember I said Alu was the Egyptian name for Allah, or where the roots would go back to? Ahlu, the Egyptian name for the plains of Elysium. The Elysium fields is the Greek way of trying to say Garden of Eden, or Sekhet Allah. You see? This is the abode of peace, is what they call this. I'm going to show that to you in a minute. Here's another. Alu, the Elysium, the abode of Asa. So Asa is in the place, that same place that Ra is. When he passed form, you know, Asa would be in the realm of Allah, which is a state of being. A state of being. That's powerful. You know, so they even got the Elo, the name of a Greek deity in Greek. Look at all this etymology, Sa, that's still pulling up this AL in some type of way. These different cultures that are in diametrically opposed to each other. You know, even, man, this is crazy. Crazy work right here. You know, so like, look, this is Wolof, Iala. This is Bulanda, Hala, Soso, Ale, Inguru, which is Allah again, Kabunga, Alo, Mandega, Allah. All of these are expressions of God. Why is it so dominant for them to use this A and this L across all these different nations dealing with this name Allah? You can't find now another name for God that go that far across various different cultures with an etymological root that's in relation to itself to this extent. So again, it goes on to, you know, Il, they deal with deity, divinity, God, Arabic, Il, Allah, again, as we went over, Al-Ilah, they try to go into the God, Turkish, Ilah, Ilahi, you know, Hindu, Allah, Ilah, they go into all these different places, Malayan, Ilahi, Allah, Jaleg, Allah, God, the Most High, Japanese, Allah, they have a name, Eloah, Syriac. Why are all these people over the world using a name that's similar to this same word Allah? This shows you how much the name Allah actually dominates, you know, culture. Find another name for God to you God-believing people that has went this far across the spectrum of nations, and they have a word that's in connection to this etymological root, pretty much saying the same thing. Show me another word. Show me another word. We can even see the Kemetic influence on the people of Canaan. This is their god El, right? The Canaanite deity. That's the original language. It really ain't a such thing as a Hebrew language. Like I said, it's Proto-Canaanite. This is from 1300 BC, the god El, which is also interchangeable with Al. Look at the crown upon El's head. Where did that come from? That's the Atef crown from ancient Kemet. The two feathers on the side, that's the Atef. Sa, is that not the Atef sign that came from Kemet? That Asa often wears? Are those who see our brother may be
yes,
dead?
my joint was muted.
Yes, sir. That's Asa crown right there, worn by the Canaanites. So we know the Canaanites got their alphabet from them.
There you
Now
go.
we see the Kemetic. Here it is right here, sir. Oh my God. Oh, we're going to show you exactly where it comes from. Now, you see when I was talking about the veneration of the bull?
Yep.
There it is right there. The head of the bull is used for the letter Aleph. Now, they try to hide this letter A and interchange it with the letter E. But you never see in these alphabet charts where they use E for the letter A. And I'm going to show you why they do this in a minute. And it's all got to do with that name Allah. So this is Allah. This is the actual relic of the head, you know, with the same thing on it right here. This is where they got it from, people. We can't make this stuff up. You know, this is what would look like a construction blueprint from an aerial view here, looking at, you know, what we would call Luxor, so to speak. You know, and you can see the entry point here. This is another aerial view, and this will represent the maze, you know, the different areas that you would go into, the corridor, and so forth and so on. This is bait that they use. Bet, some people call it that. Bait or bet. Here is also, you know, the letter Gin. You see, and you see it right here. And this is actually a representation of the same structure, just looking at it from a, you know, a horizontal or a side view. as opposed to them turning this letter this way. That's where they got it from. You can see it behind the Heru bird. You know, this is Dal. This is actually the upper portion of the threshold of the door. And that's what they call this right here, door. You know, you'll see it in the alphabet if you look it up. Dal, Daleth is what they call it sometimes. You know, this is Het, the letter H, the one we was pointing out. This is the Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite version of the letter H, outside of the Masoretic. So we're seeing the letter A as it represents the head of the bull. Now we're looking at the letter H. Yes, sir. Yeah, right there, coming out of Kemet. So when I'm saying it's coming out of Kemet, see, people been speculating, but it took me some time to look for these things and put it here so y'all can see exactly where it come from. Even this relic here with the jet pillar, with the same headdress, the Atef, that was on the head of El a few minutes ago, the jet pillar, you know, this is the Kemetic version of this. If you go into, you know, the reverse engineering of it and look up the original expression, you'll know that this is the Proto-Canaanite version of Waf. You know, when they say Yod, Hey, Waf, Hey, this would be one of the letters in that name. You see Yahawah. Then you have the eyelashes, you know, that were taken, you know, to represent Zain here. You know, Zain, that's where they got that from. You see? Then we have, again, another structure. This would be the aerial view of the structure. This would be the structure itself. And this is Het. Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother Sa. Oh, okay. I thought the brother was saying something.
No, I ain't say nothing, brother.
Okay, yeah. So this is Ta and Ta here. This is Ta, this is Ta. You know, and I put it here based upon, you know, the sound shifting here. And this is actually really referred to, when you see Ta Mary, you'll see this symbol here. You know, this is also a symbol that's adopted universally. It's known as a Coptic cross to some. You know, some people would call it, you know, even in our Moorish paradigm, we use this symbol. We seen it earlier when I was showing you Muhammad in the various schools of thoughts, you know, between each quadrant. But this is Ta and Tha. And it comes from this symbol here. It's really the same thing, even though they extend this cross-like symbol from the circle here. You know, they are relative to each other. You know, like I said, it took research. The hand, which is Yad, a Yad, that they have in Proto-Canaanite, which actually derives from the arm. You know, in Kemet, the hand is at the end of the arm. You see, then we have here this symbol, which is the Proto-Canaanite letter for Kaf. And we see the K, the C, H, and the Kaf. You see, because they put it in all these ways. That's why I'm showing you the variations of it. See this above the head of this one? That comes from these, what represent the outstretched arms. You see, this in and of itself is the same symbol. This is the tethering rope, which will represent us. And these letters represent a lot of things that are different in Champoleon's chart as well, that he had. Not the same, even though these are older than what he had. You know, so the word lam, this is the L. So this would be the L. It would be what I showed you earlier, the head of the bull, along with the man standing with his hands outstretched, you know, the field goal post. And this would be Lam. So this would be the ALH. This would be the H, the L part itself with in between the A and the H part itself. So they got this from, you know, what is known as the staff, which some people like to call this folding cloth, you know, but it's based upon whoever you're looking at that's putting this stuff out here in different dictionaries. So here is, you know, the squiggly line. You know, I always like to call it kinetic energy, you know, but they say this is the water measure in, you know, certain Champoleon's demonstration, but this is it in the Proto-Canaanite. This is Mem, right? This is the serpent known as Nakash. You know, the Jed is what is known as, you know, in ancient Kemet, but Nakash are known, and this is 50. That's, you know, notice they going up in numbers. This is actually what we call Stoicheion Gematria, but that's a whole nother measure. This is the fish that is found in the Proto-Canaanite alphabet that represents sin or sin. This is the Kemetic origin of the fish. This is actually a bone expression, or we could say skinless fish, you know, the Kemetic expression. You know, this is the ayin, right? This is what they call the mouth. You know, this is a symbol that was adopted, you know, into their little demonstration. This is more like a container, you know, a tote, so to speak. This is Sade or Sad. This is the Kemetic expression of it. Anybody that know linguistics know I know what I'm talking about right now. But anyway, you know, we have the little post-like symbol here, and we can see this is the letter Quaf, a Quaf, Q, the letter Q. This is the Proto-Canaanite letter. This is Resh, which is represented by the head of a man. This is the Proto-Canaanite version of the Kemetic expression. So we can see, again, what is coming. This is the mother suckling, you know, the seed. You know, this would be an expression of Offset suckling Heru in all actuality. You know, the breasts, we say the breasts of one mother have given you suck in the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic nations, you know, when we close our meetings. You know, so Sin, Shin, you know, all of this right here is coming out of Kemet. This is one of the symbols they have in Louis Vuitton right here, coming from Kemet as well. T and H, T, this is where they get their cross from. We can't make this stuff up, family. Now let's go to the alphabet that they have. They say biblical Hebrew to English. Alphabet, Hebrew is the first and oldest alphabet. Now we know better than that. We know good and well that Hebrew is not the oldest alphabet, and they're trying to say that based upon the pictures, but you got the picture from Kemet, family. You got the pictures from Kemet. We'll give you that. See, this is the Egyptian hieroglyphics, 1859 BC. These are every letter that they received. This is actually showing you where they got them from in Kemet. This is what we call the Unicode. You can find these Unicodes, and this is where these letters were adopted. See, it was adopted over here into the Mosaic hieroglyphic Hebrew alphabet, straight out of Kemet. See that symbol there? Straight out of Kemet, Beit, house. See that symbol there? I showed it to you, straight out of Kemet. This same stuff I just showed you, but with monuments beside. Straight out, see I said the door? Straight out of Kemet. It took some time for me to put this together now, but this is what real researchers do. See that there? 828 Unicode, straight out of Kemet. You see? All the way down the list, people. See, I said the brows, the eyebrows, I showed that to you earlier. Look at that. Straight out of Kemet. Now, I'm showing you how these pictures were adopted. And this is a totally different alphabet chart from Champollion, but it's older than Champollion's chart. You see, but guess what the scholars call this, what they call Egyptology, they call this a pseudo-alphabet. So if this is a pseudo-alphabet, then what that say about any alphabet that come behind it? They even call Meroitic that was based off Kemetic pictures that are different from these letters. You know, and some of these letters, they ain't even in them. They call that a pseudo-alphabet as well. But anyway, so as I went through the whole list, I ain't got to go back through it again. Y'all get the point. All these letters that are here in Proto-Canaanite come from Kemet. So I'm showing you the source that lets you know exactly where this stuff is coming from. Here is the actual alphabet in the written form. Paleo-Hebrew is what it is called. This is really Phoenician. Its derivative root is Phoenician. So Phoenician gave birth to what they call, you know, Paleo-Hebrew. Proto-Canaanite come from Kemet. So they draw from two cultures when they produce the language. You see? And so you come here, speaking of the egogram, which is the alphabet themselves, and this again is a representative here. We're dealing with the Masoretic expression, you know, or what they like to call Aramaic as well. See, this is the A again, A, Ah. Then we come over here. Where's that L at? Where that letter, where that Lamed at? Okay, there it is right there. That's the L as in lam. So Ah, La, and go back up here to the H. Ha, Allah. Again, A-L-H. We can't make this stuff up. And going across the spectrum, just like I told you, you know, man, this is crazy. This overkill right here. We can really say it's over with right here. But we got to make it plain though. You see, again, here's the script referred to as proto-sa.neter in this particular chart, but it's the same alphabet family that we just pointed out to you earlier. A little bit underdeveloped compared to what we just showed you, but that's it. You know what I mean? So now let us get back over here. Let us get back over here because we coming into a wrap in a little bit. So now that we understand what I just showed you, let's go into the proof that goes even deeper into this. Let's go even deeper into this. It don't get no plainer than the truth, people. And if you can't see this right here, then you need some extra glasses. So now let's go here. Remember I told you saw the name, you'll never see this as Ella. Ain't no E in them alphabet charts. It's always an A, but see, they tried to switch it up on us. Now look at what we got right here, sir. I know a little Hebrew too now. You know what this say right here, sir? People, this actually says, this is B, this is S and H, which is Sheen, and this is M. That's Bash, Bash, Basham, Bashim, Bashim, Allah, A-L-H. In the name of the God of Israel. Goodness gracious. In the name of the Allah of Israel. Oh my goodness. Oh, it's getting good now, people. And anybody that know Hebrew know that's exactly what I said. That's B, S, that's Shem, and M, Bashmallah. In the name of Allah, the name of the Allah of Israel. And you say that that ain't the same deity as Yahawah? You say they ain't the same? Now watch how many times they use this. Look, in Ezra, we are the servants of basically the Allah of heaven. Same thing right here. A-L-H. We are the servants of the Allah of heaven. The servants of the Allah of heaven. Here's Ezra 6:14. To the command of the Allah of Israel. Oh my God. Let's go down here. Of the law of the God, Allah of heaven again. That's A-L-H, family. It's not Yahawah mentioned here, but this is the same God of the biblical text. Before the Allah of Jerusalem. Right here. And this is not to make Allah more superior than Yahawah because they are the same. So we ain't beating up on our Hebrew family right now. We're trying to bridge the gap and show you that we have more in common than uncommon. And I'm telling y'all better stop blasphemy. You're doing it in ignorance. But now you know, after I done told you, watch what started happening to some of y'all. Now that you know, see, you ain't got no excuse. Now, you didn't know before. Or some of you, if you did know, you was hiding and didn't want to let people know you know, you're in trouble. Because I have put the warning out here now. If you keep playing with the name Allah, which is also the same deity that you call Yahawah, you're going to invoke wrath on yourself and think it's a game. You see, when you're ignorant, you can do it. And it goes on and on. This is Allah. Now, I'm going to go deep on you real quick. I'm finna remove all doubt. I meant to show y'all this too, dealing with Cush being Ethiopian in the Bible. You know, the Ethiopians. That's in the Hebrew language as well. You know, I meant to show y'all that earlier, actually. You know, it also shows you that these are the regions of Arabia. Just like I was saying, this is in your Hebrew books, people. Now, watch this. Oh, I'm finna go in right now. And we're gonna speed through this right here. Let me find that Let's see here. Is it that one right there? Not that one. I got so many. My phone is where I had to put everything up here at. It's one particular one that I'm looking for here. Not that one. Let's see here. Let's see here. Not that one. We'll get into these, but this ain't what I'm trying to deal with right now. Okay, not that one. Okay, let's see here. Okay, hold up. Right there. Not that one. Come on. I know you're in here. Where you hiding at? Let's see here. Okay, not that one. Not that one. We ain't trying to go into that one now. That was actually another measure too, dealing with the people of Shabbat. The name of 3 early progenitors of the tribes of Ethiopia, District Shabbat. That's that same thing I was speaking on earlier. Let's see here. That was the same thing there. What in the world? Okay, let me see here. Is it this one? Not that one. Not that one. Nope. Okay, let's see here. What in the world is that? I can't find my... Okay, I'm going to do this real quick while I'm here. Want to make sure I got that. And I could have sworn I sent it to y'all. Well, rather my Gmail. Let me do this here. Go back into it, and go into my phone and resend it. Let's see. Come on. Pull up here. Pull up. Okay. So I need to go to my photos. Give me 1 second right here, family, because you got to see this one right here. This is the icing on the angel food cake right here. This going to remove all doubt. Come on. Okay, there we go. Okay. Put that in there. All right. Open up. Okay, there we go. Let's see here. Come on. I don't know why this phone acting like this here, and this thing here is actually fully charged. That's crazy. Okay. What I'm going to do while that's loading up, I'm going to go back here. Oh, now I want to open up all of a sudden, huh? Boy, I tell you, these apparatus is something else. Okay, let's see here. Wait. And I may end up having to retake the photo for this particular picture, family. Just bear with me here. Okay, there it is right there. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to send this. I'll send it right here. That's what I was looking for. World. Okay. Let me share it real quick. I'm going to send it to that email, and then we'll open it up for you. Okay. Come on. Okay, there you go. All right, right there. Okay, now we'll just put anything in there to send it. Okay. There we go. Okay, so I just sent it, so it should show up in a second. So this is actually coming from, the dictionary in and of itself. It go a little further in detail. Okay, here it is again here. So what I was showing you while that is loading, this is speaking of, this word Allah. And you can see here, Elah. Same thing. It's a A that's supposed to be there. And it said on the house of basically Allah of Jerusalem. This is Allah. That's A-L. Let me blow that up a little bit. That's A-L-H, and we know that's A. So that's A-L-H-A. Allah. Allah. I mean, come on, man. Like, I really don't have to even keep going through this, but to let it be known to be what it is, we definitely got to go here. And there go my image that I was trying to find. Look at this, family. So you got to really see this one here. See that the A-L-H? They're saying Ella here, but it says correspondence to God. God. Ella means God. This Aramaic word is equivalent of the Hebrew Eloah. And they give the number, that relates to this word Eloah in the Strongs. It is a general term for God in the Aramaic passages of the Old Testament, and it is a cognate form of the word Allah, the designation of deity used by the Arabs. Sorry, if you don't drop them bombs, I know, sir. This is coming from your Hebrew now. This Strongs now. Strongs, be mad at them. Don't be mad at me. Now let's see what a cognate is. What is a cognate, family? What is a cognate? I'm going to show you what a cognate is. And we ain't got to be long about this demonstration. It can deal with a blood relative, right? But a cognitive, for example, they're showing a cognitive relation here between the Arabic salam and shalom, which is, I actually got that in some of my slides. But these are also dealing with, right here in historical linguistics, cognates or lexical cognates are sets of words that have been inherited in direct descent from an etymological ancestor in common parent language. So I'm showing you the cognitive relation. Then most of them going to have cognitive dissonance because language change and can have radical effects on both sound and the meaning of a word. Cognates may not be obvious, and it often takes rigorous study, just like I had to do to put this out here for you, of historical sources and the application of comparative method to establish whether lexemes are cognate. Cognates are distinguished from loan words where a word has been borrowed from another language. So this is no borrowing. This is a direct relation, a cognate expression right here. Listen to what they said again. It is a general term for God in the Aramaic passages of the Old Testament and is a cognate form of the word Allah. So when you're talking about Allah, the moon god, and Allah, the pagan deity, and cursing Allah and all that cap, you're going against the Most High. Right here in your own book, this word is used in the Hebrew.
Yo, I want you to know, brother, you going in right now, brother.
Oh, yeah.
You going in right now. Captain would come in, but he can't come in right now because he got to go pick up his children.
Mm-hmm. He'll see it, but they ain't got no excuse now, sir.
Right.
To keep going against Allah and then saying that he's different from Yahawah, because now a messenger has been put before you. It's a reason why my name is Shahid, the witness. You see what I'm saying? I'm putting this out here for the people, and now what they do with it, it's on them. But like I said, y'all better stop blaspheming.
Hey, you hear that, Apostle? You in here. Y'all say the same thing about Yahawah. Stop blasphemy. Well, Kemetian Adept is here to say y'all better stop talking about Allah. See? So it is what it is, Apostle. He already put the word out, brother.
It's the same deity, and they don't even know it. Oh, now watch this.
So they their own God and don't even know it, huh?
Don't even know it. I mean, it's common sense, though, sir, if they go and look at the fact that Abraham had 2 sons.
Look at that.
And if you look at the language and the dialect, of course they will be close to each other. That's why in Hebrew you can say Es Shalom Aleichem.
There you go.
What does that mean? Peace be upon you.
Apostle, right there in his comment, he's saying they are not the same.
Bro, we just showed you from the dictionary.
Apostle,
We just showed you from a million sources. Huh?
I think Apostle want the smoke. I think he want all the smoke.
He can want the smoke, but the smoke done already been put out.
That's right. There you
Yeah,
go.
look, like you gonna go against all these sources, bro. Literally, you gonna go against all these sources and the dictionary that's coming. Come on, man.
Yeah, they committing suicide. Committing suicide right there.
Now I'm finna really go in. Now I'm finna put the nail in it.
The Hebrews, they in the building. They in here. You got
See, that's what it is.
You got Keon in here talking about they not the same. Oh man.
A hard-headed, stiff-necked set of people.
They don't know who you are, Kemetian. These are new cats since you've been gone. They don't know who you are, bro.
Yeah, they gonna learn.
Yeah.
They gonna learn today. Now watch this. Watch this. I'm finna kill it right here, son. Now, if they go against this, if they go against what I'm finna show them right now, brother, they out there.
Right.
Watch this. This for those who think that I didn't know how to read the Arabic. I don't need but a portion right here. This is the book of Genesis right here. You see that Genesis chapter 1, sir?
See that?
Now watch this. Watch this. This is Kibari Kalak Allahu Asamawati wal art. You know what that means, sir?
What it mean?
That means in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. You see, body, you see, has to do with Bareshit in Genesis. This is the Arabic version. See how close the continent is? Bari and Bareshit. Hebrew and Arabic mean the same thing, creation. Kalak, you know, deals with the creator.
Now, let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Was the Hebrew language here before the Islamic, the Arabic? Yeah.
It actually originated close to around the same time.
Oh, okay.
But you got to remember, the original Arabic come from Demotic. So the Mudar goes back further than the modern Arabic that we're looking at today. The Sabian, you know, alphabet goes back further because that's also an ancestor of the Arabic. You see what I'm saying?
Right, right.
But this body, the Kalak, this is Elahu, and this is Samawati, this is the heavens, wa al-ard, this is the earth, Sa. Now watch this. Now this is Hebrew, this is actually the Coptic church. So this is the Bible. This ain't the Quran. This is the Bible.
Oh, whoa.
So you still gonna say that this ain't the same God? They use the same name they use in the Quran that they use in the Bible.
Now hold on. Are you not Hebrew you got up here, right?
It's Arabic.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Arabic. This is an Arabic Bible, a Christian Arabic Bible. And that you see, this is why I say this is the nail in the coffin. Now look at how many times they use Allah throughout this Arabic Bible, bro. You see it all over the place. It's decorated up in here. So the name Arabic, you know, Allah, if it's in the Bible, then you're going to still say this is a different God when this is the book of Genesis right here.
Yeah, you got him on this. You killed them on this.
Hey, so they think it's game. Now watch how I really kill it. Watch how I really kill it. I'm finna go there. I'm gonna go to the Quran. You seen I said what I talked about when I spoke on the heavens and the earth, right? I want you to remember what I just showed you. Right here. It says again, Kibari, see Kibari, pardon self, fi bari, pardon self. And then this is actually Kalak, Allahu, As-Samawati, wal al-ard. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now let's go to the Quran. This is the Quran. So this is Inna Rabbukum. Listen.
Inna Rabbakum.
Right? This is Allahu.
Allahu.
Alladhi. Kalak.
Khalaqa. As-Samawati.
Samawati. Same word. See what it is? Heavens. Wa al-ard. And the earth.
Al-arda.
Oh my God. That's Surah 2 in the grand in Ayat 255. The curse, the throne. So I know you're familiar with Ayat to curse. So You mean to tell me that this is a different Allah that created the heavens and the earth? Because this is the same Allah creating the heavens and the earth in the Quran too.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, I'll just get y'all questions ready when I open up the gate.
Oh my God.
Hey, a commission, I want you to know, and you know Apostle very well. Don't sleep on Apostle. He's a researcher. He's a scholar when it comes to the Bible as well. So, you know,
I know.
You want to be a little careful with Apostle.
I know Apostle know what he know. But the thing is, if you go against this right here, bro,
right?
I done literally pulled the word up in Hebrew. I done pulled it up in a Bible, an Arabic Bible. The name of Allah is still there.
Right.
Now I'm showing you the same statement of the Arabic in the Quran, Samawati or the art, Allahi Khalaq, the same words. And you gonna say that's a different God? That's crazy.
Hey, Cube, you better fall back, Cube. I don't think this is the one you want right here. Cube.
He ran before too, and he know I get him. I ain't gonna even play with him.
Oh, see, Cube, you done ran before he said, bro.
Yeah, I ain't gonna even play with him. And this for you atheists,
right?
That don't believe in the Most High. You can deny Allah all you want to.
Right? We bringing all of them out. Lord Abba's in the building.
Every last one of them. And one of them that want it, they gonna get it. And look here, sir. You can say you atheist all you want to, but one thing you can't deny is that Alif Lam Lam Alif Ha. That Alif Lam Lam Alif Ha. That ALLH that's on your 5 limbs. The name Allah is on your 5 limbs, arm, leg, arm, head.
Right.
You can be atheist and say you don't believe it, but you can't wish that away. Now, the grand drawing that go deeper for you atheists, the word Yahawah, unpacking that, when we go into the math of that, it actually has that when in your DNA, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, you know, the elements that take to make your body what it is, deal with the same express name of Yahawah. So, you know, that's for you atheists. You got it in your DNA and Allah is on your 5 limbs. How can you deny that? Play with me, and you're gonna lay where you play. We getting ready to open up, you know, in a second here, because I'm pretty much done run through a lot of stuff, but I got to put this out here as well for those who didn't hear. Don't come in here with no nuts and bolts. We talking about apples and oranges.
That's right.
And this is actually a translation of it right here. In the beginning, God created heavens and earth. Remember I was saying it? Fi bari kalak Allahu samawati wal ard. So y'all don't think I was making that up. You see what I'm saying? You don't know what he's reading. Oh, we know exactly what we're reading. And this for the people that thought I couldn't read Arabic. We're doing it right now for you. You see? But we just ain't here to try to prove stuff to you people. You know, here it is right here. Look. There it is right there. In transliteration. Yep. See? Right. That Kalak, Arab. And now look, they changed it in this book. That's what I want to show you. Arab. They used the word Rab instead of Allah. Why did they do that, Brother sa.neter?
I don't know.
Took it out. They took it out because they didn't want you to know it was Allah there. So I wanted to show you this. Yeah. You know, they even got books as well that they replaced the name Allah with the name Yahawah in the Arabic. See, that's hatred. See, Asamawati, what art? Again, there it go. Okay, so let's see here. And those were all of those. Now I'm going to go here. These are my last little tidbits I'm dropping in here now. I got to show y'all this. This is like the meat and certain other things that I show y'all in the midst. When they go to asking question, I'm gonna bust their head with some of this information I got in here. Now, right here, sir, this is the source of the concept of Allah as the highest God in pre-Islamic Arabia. This is a study of pre-Islamic Arabic religious poetry. This is by Najma Sayuti. This is a thesis submitted to the Faculty of Graduate Studies Research in partial fulfillment of the requirements for the degree of Master of Arts. So this is a scholastic source here. Institute of Islamic Studies in McGill University, Montreal. Right? I can't go through all this. It's too much. It's a whole lot. But what I'm going to give you, you finna see. In pre-Islamic Arabia, before Muhammad came on the manifest, using the name of Allah, it says, in terms of religious life, the Arabs held for the most part pagan beliefs. I showed that to you earlier, talking about the Yoni worship and Alat and all of that, but not to the extent that many assume, since they also believe in a supreme God, named Allah. So even during the time of paganry, they believe in Allah and distinguish Allah from the pagan deities, the creator and sustainer of the universe, suggested by the Quran. You know, and it says here, Surah 29, 61 and 63, if you ask them, who is it that has created the heavens and the earth, Samawati al-Ard, Kalak Samawati al-Ard, and subjected the sun and the moon, they would surely reply Allah. The pagans would say that Allah was the supreme being. How then can they turn away from him? If you ask them who it is that sends water from the sky, thus resurrects the earth after its death, they will certainly reply, Allah, God. Say praise then be to Allah, but most of them are senseless. When they felt the urge to make a vow or invocation, they seldom referred to their various gods or goddesses. Instead, they called more often upon Allah as their witness. So even in pagan times, the pagans knew that Allah was the most high, as opposed to them deities that they were worshiping. And a lot of this is coming from Islamic poetry. This ain't the Quran here. Look, his lover said, I swear by Allah that you have no way of attaining what you desire, even if I see allurement appear from you. You see that right there, family? In this text, if y'all get this here, get a chance to go look at this, you know, because I ain't going to go through all of it. Like I say, I'm just touching certain things. Here's another one. This is Islamic poetry, not the Quran. You must know, oh man, that an oath belongs to Allah. So direct your footsteps and watch where you go. So Zaire reminds the audience that here not to take idle oaths or make promises that one cannot fulfill, because such actions are witnessed by Allah, and one will be questioned about them in his presence in the hereafter. These are pagan errors before Muhammad even received his revelation that understood the difference between Allah and them gods they was associating with it. And this is the case. That's what this whole document is saying, you know, in the study. And it has all the sources of poetry that he references. You see the name Allah right here in the poetry, before the Quran was even revealed. But that's why the Quran had to be revealed as it was, in a poetic way, because they were dealing with a paganistic, poetic people. That's how Allah comes to you, by what you understand. Just like us, being a broken people, he had to send somebody over here to us in order that we comprehend the truth. A pagan Arab didn't understand, a modern Arab don't understand our plight. That's why Prophet Noble Drew Ali was the one that came to us. This was before, you know, the coming, you know, of our brother Elijah Muhammad, aka Elijah Muhammad, known as Elijah Poole Bay. We can't make this up. Your concept, you know, of Kaaba, you know, the Kaaba represents really the spirit and the soul in ancient Kemet. You know, it represents a place and direction that you turn toward, you know, in the modern time. But even in the Quran, it tells you in Surah 2, ayahs 112 and 111, it doesn't matter where you turn yourself. You don't have to face no Kaaba to pray. It don't matter whether you turn yourself. It says Allah is present, whether you turn toward the east or the west. And the way we teach in my circle is true east is within. It's referred to as Qadam.
You waking them up now. You waking them up.
True east is within you, not outside of you. In fact, facing anything outside of yourself is polytheism. That's worship. My Grand National Chairman, Dr. Akin Acton Pert, M.U. with Tutankhamun Bay, he said, we don't worship gods outside of the self. God is in us. See, we don't teach, like I say, that orthodox measure, but we do know, if you want to, those who are orthodox, we calling you out. If you think something wrong with me saying what I just said, Allah told the angels, the Malaka, he told them to prostrate toward man. In Surah 15, ayat 26, when he breathed into his spirit, the ruh, into man, ruh Allah is what they use in the Arabic. Surah 15, ayat 26. So if he told the angels to prostrate, make sajda toward man, he wasn't talking about the physical body. He was talking about his spirit that he placed in man. That's why he said he knew what they knew not. I put me in that man. Iblis didn't want to bow down to it. No,
Listen, you might be before your time with these brothers and sisters because you're going over their heads. Lord Abba said, actually no proof that Elijah Muhammad was ever known as Elijah Poole Bay. So you're going over their heads, man. This
okay. I'm gonna show the proof in a minute, but you know, I'm dealing with this right now. You know, I'm dealing with this now. He just trying to find a straw to pull from to strike the measure, because that ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Only reason I mentioned that is because we know he came through the school, and I'm gonna prove that out of his own mouth that he went. Elijah Muhammad himself said that he basically was there among the Moors. Since you want to run your beak, I'm gonna do that right there as a bonus, Lord Blabber. You know, I address you in my son debate Coliseum. You heard that track yet, sir?
Did I hear it? I play it all the time.
No, I'm talking about did he hear?
Of course, he had to hear it. I'm gonna close out with it too.
All right. Yeah. Now watch this. Watch this, because like I said, I'm finna open up in a second, but I got to make this plain. This is my chairman. He goes into the questionnaire, right? He say, who made you? Allah. Who is Allah, the father of the universe? Can we see him? No. Where's the nearest place we can meet him? In the heart. Now we have a measure in our Moorish Holy Quran. We say Allah, spirit clothed with man, high self, is spirit clothed with soul made in the form of Allah. You know, and we say that Allah speaks to man through man. So ain't no spookism going on over here. We ain't talking about nobody out there in the cloud. We talking about the God man in man. Make that no mistake about that. It says man's heart is his center of divine origin. He grows from his true east. Remember I told you a few minutes ago, east is within. From this center to the outer bounds of spirit life, he grows inwardly. Original man lost his sense of direction when he lost consciousness of his highest God self. Later prophets, Moses, Abraham, Muhammad, established center points on earth like Mecca and Jerusalem as a symbolic east. This was to redirect the misdirected man of his obligation to his creator. Still man, like the omnipotent of his infinite God, is everywhere and is all in all and cannot be housed by monuments of men. Drop that bomb, sir.
You know, man, you already know.
The nearest place to meet Allah is in heart. The heart of any manifest is its center, which sustains its life. For example, it's not the motor that gives the car life, it's the battery. Therefore, the heart of the car is its battery. It is not the structure of the walls that gives strength to a building, it's its foundation. Therefore, the center of any building is its foundation. It's not the program that demonstrates the capacity of a computer. It says its capacity of programs is limited to the size of its memory. Therefore, gigabyte hard drive is the heart of any computer. As the center or heart of a thing is its life source, so the heart of any living is what it gives its life. Like so, the heart of man is not the flesh that's pumping in his chest, nor the brain, neither his soul. It's he, the spirit. Man, my chairman, cold blood.
Damn.
He don't touch. You know, with all due respects, this is the Moorish American government. So get it right when you look at who talks. We teach God is man over here. You see? Make no mistake about it. Ain't no spookism. When you go out there to get that raise for that job, you say, Allah bless me. But it was a physical man that gave you the raise.
Bring it out. Bring it out, Kemetian.
So in all reality, Allah was using that man as a conduit.
Yeah, they ain't ready.
No matter what color he was, you say Allah did it.
Right.
Now, make up your mind. Is Allah a spook, or did Allah use that man to demonstrate his plan? Huh?
Mm.
Come on now.
There you go.
Yeah. So we're going to get all this straight for those who think that I'm a convert, you know, and all that, what they call it, a worshiper. Yeah, we worship the higher self. But anyway, that's Kemetic. That's a Kemetic. This is what Dr. John Henry Clark said was going to take in order to raise Islam back to its true degree of prominence. This type of teaching. Not what the Arabs been teaching you, thinking with Arabia. Not what these Negroes over here trying to act like Arabs been teaching you.
Mm-hmm.
I told y'all I wasn't playing with you. I'm telling you, ain't no mercy. Only mercy I got is for them people in here that want to learn the truth and want to see us unite. This measure is dealing with all unity and exposing you frauds. And I approve this message. So here, sorry, remember I was quoting Surah 2, Ayat 1:12 and 1:15. The word used there in the Arabic is wajala, which means the face of Allah. You mean to tell me Allah got a face? Now, we are told in our Moorish Holy Quran, when you look into the face of man, you look into the face of Allah. Where did this word waj come from? Kemet, wajet. What does the word wajet really mean in the Kemetic language? The eye of Ra, Heru, the omnipresence of God in man. Huh? So Arabic, in little tidbits, they giving it to you. And I showed you, and I done blowed it up here. You see the Allah glyph right here. I showed it to you. Look at it right down here at the bottom. In this relic, we can see.
There you go. There
in the Kemetic relic, a Kemetic relic now.
Woo!
And then we have
damn, you bringing it out.
Allah. All them same words I went through in the etymology earlier. Oh, I'm going to get even more cold-blooded. They think it's a game. Because we know R is interchangeable with the letter L. So when you look here, you know, dealing with the Egyptian origins of making dua to Allah. This is where they got it from, Sa.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is the dua. You see? Now look right here. This is, they would say Ah, right? And Ra, Ah, and La. So dua to Allah. And this is the image that's coming forth from place 1 and 2 in the Ani Chef papyrus of the Ani. 3,300 years ago, way before Muhammad come on the manifest in Kemet. Oh, man. Allah. This is what I was talking about earlier, Saw, when I spoke on the fields of peace or the plain of peace. See, this is the true aspect of attaining peace when it said, come to me, soul, and rest in peace in the Quran. Once you done did your work here in the religion of the ancient Egyptians, Allah, the field of peace was the field of peacefulness reserved for the souls of the redeemed. It was located in one of the 4 sections of the Amenti underworld. Now, let me give our Kemetic family something about Amenti. That's a part of my name too, by the way. When we say underworld is not some under this earth. Amenti, the halls of Amenti, or the underworld, represent that which cannot be seen with the physical eye, that which is working in spiritual reality. You see, this is one of the reasons we call Amun-Ra, the hidden that becomes manifest. So when you see sa.neter, for example, around you, living expression around you, because that's what sa.neter is, God is speaking to you through symbols that you can see. But the things that are hidden under what you can see has a divine measure. Learn how to read the book of creation, and then you'll understand what the underworld is. Because it has to do with what you can't see with the physical eye. But it's manifest in spirit, and it comes forth through you when you're able to exercise the wisdom. So it says, similar to the Elysium fields of Greek mythology, here the god Horus dwelled, waiting the time for this return to earth, when he would reestablish the ring of the gods and restore the world to its original glory. Now you know where Christians get the concept of the resurrection, waiting for Yahushua, Jesus, to come back. Heru is the one to do that for the ancient Kemites. So watch this. If we finna open up in a second, family. It says variation. This is Alu. The field of Aru. See how they changed the L to the R? Here saw that I was talking about earlier. Same thing. According to the ancient Egyptian legend known as the destruction of mankind, which was first discovered in the tomb of Seti I, the god Ra, tired of ruling over disobedient people of the earth, retired to the sky, where he created for him a place to dwell and rule over. And there he created a great field of rest. Allah. The great field for growing crops, the field of Alu. So this is where Ra, is said to be at, and this is why they call him your sky daddy. But anyway, we give honors to Hor Apollo because he demonstrated the star as well to denote who God. That's you. Arm, leg, arm, head. God maintained the order of the motion of the stars, the whole universe. You do the same. You don't even know you were there in the beginning of creation when the Most High created. We can't make this stuff up, people. That's Allah again right there. Again, we showed this here before in the past, but what I really want to go to, Shah, is the humor of Allah. Now, this is a Hindu glyph, but it actually shows the rearrangement of this Om. This is a symbol that Hindus chant. Om, vibration, meditation. Look at how this thing, when you convert it, it can be converted to the name Allah. Right? This is Hindu, right? And then this one I showed y'all before. This is the Allah glyph, but when you flip the name Yahawah upside down, sir. Look at it up here above Allah. So this is another expression of that.
Wow,
the name
hold on. And when you put the word Allah upside down, it becomes what?
The name Yahawah up here, when you flip it upside down, it becomes the same as a Allah glyph. Now watch it. You can see it better. See it better here. See Yahawah, they pull them together and they flip it upside down and look at it. Allah and Yahawah, right?
You code breaking right now, brother.
That's
code breaking right now, brother.
That's the humor of the Most High. While they fighting, they're so ignorant, they don't even know the name is the same name upside down. Right there in front of them, family. We can't make this stuff. Goodness gracious. So like this is overkill. Now watch, when I tell you, remember I was saying Sufism is the highest degree of Islamism that we teach in Africa, as opposed to the Orthodox way. This Ibn Arabi. Now Ibn Arabi, for you Orthodox Muslim that think I'm blaspheming up here now with this knowledge I'm putting out here, this is a Sufi source, and Ibn Arabi is respected as an Orthodox source. Listen to what he says, sir. Ibn Arabi presupposes the absolute deity of God and man. Al-Jili introduces a subtle difference between the level, the difference of the level between God's and man's attributes. It says God made this name Allah a mirror for man. Arm, leg, arm, head. So to you Muslims that's out there thinking you're going to be judged by a spook, no, you're going to be judged by what you do with your 5 limbs. The way you think is going to judge you right here and when you leave the body. What you do with your hands, touching things you ain't got no business taking from people. What you do when you go to places you ain't got no business going with your feet. Arm, leg, arm, head. That's the Allah that's going to judge you. Here and after this.
Allahu Akbar.
Yes, sir.
Allahu Akbar.
So that now watch what it says, so that when he looks into it, he knows the true meaning of God was, and there was nothing besides him. And in the moment it is revealed to him that his hearing is God's hearing, his sight is God's sight, his speech is God's speech, his life is God's life, his knowledge is God's knowledge, his will is God's will, his power is God's power, and that God possessed all these attributes fundamentally. And then he knows that all aforesaid qualities are borrowed and metaphorically applied to himself. So these qualities metaphorically, arm, leg, arm, head, are applied
to God.
but they really belong to God. That's the odd degree that Muhammad, taught that most so-called Arab imitators don't know. Ah, brother, that's astaghfirullah. That's what they're saying right now, so.
Yeah.
They too are in cognitive distance. They're going to go against it. And if you think that's a game, here's the hadith that they like to go. And this is a hadith Qudsi. That's the only reason I'm quoting it. It's a holy hadith because it corresponds to that which is in the Quran. Look what it says. For those who didn't like what Ibn Arabi said, this is your hadith right here. So you can't run neither. Allah the Most High says, he who is hostile to a friend or wali of mine, I declare war against. My slave approaches me with doing nothing more beloved to me than what I have made obligatory for him. My slave keeps drawing near to me with voluntary works until I love him. And when I love him, I am his hearing, in which he hears. I am his sight, in which he sees. His hand, with which he seizes. His foot, with which he walks. Allah saying that he becomes this. If he asks me, I will surely give to him. If he seeks refuge in me, I will surely protect him. Goodness gracious. Spook is a move with an orthodox Islamic source here. Allah is saying that he become your eyes in which you see, your ears in which you hear. You see? He become your hand in which you see, your leg. That's arm, leg, arm, head. So for you Orthodox Muslims that's mad about 5% of using that, check yourself. I told you I came here to bridge the gaps. These are my last few measures here. This is what I ran your boy up out of JJ platform with right here, sir, years ago. He was trying to talk that madness, Cap, and I pulled this up. As soon as I said it, JJ, a bear witness, bro, he ran off the thing. He like, where the hell Cap went? What in the world? I ain't never seen Cap run from nobody, and I ain't seen him since. So then he knew that I wasn't nothing to be played with. So anyway, it says another singular title, and this from my Bible. It's a King James Bible, the commentary in the front of it. Another singular title occurring 50 times is Eloah. We went over that earlier. The word derives from Allah, meaning to worship, to adore, thus presents God as the one supreme object of worship. Oh my God. In the Bible. This is the key. Is this not insane?
Read that again.
Is this not insane over here? And I'm going to show y'all the Bible this come from too. It says another singular title occurring some 50 times is Eloah. The word derives from Allah, meaning to worship, to adore, thus presents God as the one supreme object of worship. And it's a King James Bible. I'm finna show it to you, the one it is. Gracious and merciful.
All over the place, brother.
Most gracious, most merciful. You see? And this is the closeout right here. Kemetic. I done showed the Kemetic connections in between as I was going back and forth. But this is a killer here. Look at what they call the great God, in this dictionary. Ewalis Bud, Jah the Great. Right here. Remember I showed that to you a few minutes ago when I showed you that hieroglyph? You see, this is the moon. This ain't got nothing to do with, a deity. This is just the moon. What they be trying to talk about the moon god. So now you see Ea and Ea, which is a god, right? In the Kemetic, right?
Right.
Now, when you come down here, Ea, which has Yah at its root, look, reveal, breath, work, throw up, worship. Yah. This is the connection of the name of the Most High. But Ea here means limbs, members. See how? That's that arm, leg, arm, head, sir. We got it right here. The name Yod, Hey, Wah, Hey, or Yahawah makes the form of a man. You think that's by chance? Do you think that by look here? Flesh, limbs, to rejoice. When they lift them arms up like we see it down here, that's that same drawing right there, rejoicing, acclaim.
Like the video. Thumb up the video.
And for you brothers and sisters like to beef with each other, it take Yah to bring you in the union. If this was X and Y chromosome, then you would be divine. Because Ish, the only difference between the two is Yah, is what unite the two. And the same thing is in Elohim. You don't find that in the name Adam and Eve. So it takes God to unite a man and woman, a God man and a God woman. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Come on, man. There it go there. Like I say, I'm done now, really. I'm just showing you we can't make this stuff up. Same thing I was just showing you. Look at it. See that y'all right there? Ish and Isha in Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite. Look at the Y right here, sir. Look at the H right there. That's the man and the woman. Now look at the name Yahawah. See, Yah is at the beginning right there.
Yeah.
That's symbolic to a spiritual man and a spiritual woman being united by God in the name Yahawah. But guess what? Yahawah is the way they say it in the Hebrew, but this is actually Kemetic. Who he is actually the Kemetic way of saying Yahweh backwards. You know what I mean? Like I did this research, family. So overkill, that's it right now. But I do have something for Lord Blabber. If he come up in with that madness, I'm gonna pull that up. I'm gonna let him talk first, then I'm gonna pull the source out.
You said
see that
Lord Blabber, man.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I was just calling him by his
I got you.
I was just calling him by his name because all he do is talk that mud. So see right here, there is no God but the great God. I don't care what source you're coming from. So this is a bridge, that is a bridge that unites the gap. So we see the name Allah. This thing here so humorous, it even made the H a turban. So this is Allah. It can form the image of a man, the Hindu version. And the Hebrew, you think that this is, y'all missing it. Tetragrammaton, it forms a man.
That's right.
So ain't no spookism.
Right, that's right.
Ain't no spookism going on over here. Not with Kemetian. I know who the Most High is. He and me.
There you go.
But some of y'all don't comprehend that. Y'all scared that even though the Bible say, "Know ye not the air, the temple of God, and the spirit of God that dwelleth within you."
See that? But Apostle and them think that God is up in space somewhere.
How? When he came down and ate with Abraham now.
Go ahead, man. See?
It said Yahweh Elohim ate with Abraham. It said that when he said, "Haven't I walked and led you through the wilderness?" He said to show you that I am the Lord your God. Moses said that to the children of Israel. He said he was the Lord their God. Because man is used.
He ate with Abraham, huh?
Yeah. So but Moses
that's man because he eating food with man. Come on,
he
man.
ate steaks, they say, steaks and bread.
Oh,
cakes.
Come on, Apostle, man. The Most High eating steaks and all that.
Don't you make me pull the Bible verse up. Those who already know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But if Moses say he led the children of Israel through the 40 years through the wilderness that they may know that he is the Lord their God. Yeah, Moses said that, sir.
Right.
He told Israel that. Because what God told him. He said, who is it that I should say that sent me? He said, I am. So Moses wasn't doing nothing but following his instruction. Well, I'm God. I'm the one led you through the wilderness.
Okay.
So
anytime in the building, we got the people in the building.
Yeah.
Before I bring you up, let me say this to y'all, man. Y'all already know. Shout out to all those. Shout out to all the debate platforms who respect the HOK. If you want to see the best debates, and if you want your debate seen by the world, HOK is the place, the toughest environment to be in. I said the toughest environment to be in. And let me let y'all know what debate we got coming up. We always bring you the toughest debates.
That's right.
Hey,
and this is the last one right here. He is Allah, who is one Allah.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Pastor Bennett. Pastor Bennett is coming out of retirement to take on the captain. He don't like the way the captain is moving right now. And so Pastor Bennett will be taking on Captain Tazariak. If you're not subscribed to sa.neter Patreon, I guess you're going to miss it because that's the only place this debate will be on. It will be on the HOK sa.neter Patreon TV. And so I got to feed the Patreon because they looking out for me. They taking care of a brother. Got to look out for the Patreons, man. You know? So if you're not subscribed to the Patreon, you're done. And remember when I started the Patreon, it was just $5. Now it's $10 for those who will want to see this debate. All right?
Sir.
So it's going up, y'all. Peace and blessings to everybody who showed the love and support. So let me
Yeah, these the last few slides here, sir.
okay.
We're ready to open up. So I wanted to show this here, and I know you're familiar with this. This is actually called Yahawah, and you see that Hua here means he or him, right?
Yeah,
it's the same thing if we come over here to Yahawah, you know, he who exists. Like, see the H and the W here? This is the H and the W here. Both of them mean he. So if it's talking about the same deity we just pulled out in the Arabic Bible, also in the Hebrew language, Allah, then it's got to be the same deity, because Yahawah is the same as Allah. You know, if you mention in the Bible, are you saying they're different deities? Because if you're saying that, then you're saying y'all worshiping many gods. And I don't think y'all want to go there. So again, there it is, Hua and Allah, Yahuwah, and Eloah. So like, we cannot make this stuff up, family. This is really body bag, you know, and I can go further into certain measures of Kemet, but I really went into enough right now.
Yeah.
Well, you see how many of them slides that is? So that's 300.
Yeah, you killed it.
Certain slides, you know, and I just pulled out of it, you know, without going into it. And this is very important right here. Just a nugget right here. I wanted to go here to even the name Muhammad, sir, is mentioned in the Bible before Muhammad was born.
Look at that. Look at
that. See, these just Jews right here, right? Look at what it means. All that were pleasant to the eye. And it's all over the Bible. It's all over the Bible.
Possible, these Hebrews don't show that. They be hiding that stuff.
Oh, yeah. But see, when you're dealing with somebody like Kemetian, you know, they like you told them,
you're going to bring it out.
They don't know who they're playing with. So, you know, Muhammad is not only mentioned here, but Muhammad was the one that was to come behind Jesus. He was the comforter. He was Ahmed. You see? So it's there. So if Allah is the same, then he had to lay a foundation to send the same prophet then. We can't make this stuff up, people. And like I say, this is just overkill closeout. This is what I was trying to show y'all a few minutes ago. The word Quran in Arabic comes from this word here, sir.
Bring it out.
But it's in the Hebrew. It means the same thing in the Hebrew that it means in the Arabic, brother. Remember, he said, Ikra to Muhammad, read.
Read, Ikra, Ikra, read.
This is the root that the word Ikra, read, and the Quran come from. And why is it in the Hebrew language, sir? It means to call out, to recite. It may signify the specification of a name. Huh?
Damn, Kemetian, man.
This is all over the Bible. Oh, that ain't it.
Brothers' heads here.
These last ones, I got to put it on them because they think it's a game.
Yeah.
Told you, I ain't have no mercy on them. Now watch this. Kadesh. Ruh al-Kadesh means Holy Spirit in the Quran. And this is the same.
I also used that word before, but he never said it come from the Quran. Why is he hiding this stuff, man?
It's in the Quran too. Look at that.
Man.
It means sacred, holy one, God, image, angel, saint, you know, Kadush. And it's in Arabic too. So if I'm going to say that God is the same, then some of these terms got to be there. Ketem. The word that
Kemetian, is it fair to say that the Muslims and the Hebrews are brothers?
They brothers, brother. That's what I'm trying to show up.
Apostle don't know that you are.
Down.
You just don't.
And Apostle know that I'm united, but in his heart, he want everybody to be Hebrew. You see, he can't let a Muslim be a Muslim,
right?
And he be a Hebrew, and that be his brother,
right?
He want the point of contention, and I'm here to destroy all of that today.
Tear it down.
Anybody that want to.
Jesus did, brother. Tear it down, build a new wall, brother.
Yes, sir. And I'm using your book so you can see it. And you still bucking. Look, the word zakar. It said that a book of remembrance is going to be used. You know, they say zikr in the Arabic side when they hold the beads.
Yeah,
This is the word in Hebrew. This is the word in Hebrew.
Allah. Right, right.
Remembrance of Allah. Look at it in Hebrew. The same word. Come on, brother. We can't make this up. Like all of these.
Hold on. Assam Ka, I love you, brother, but I'm surprised at you, brother, that you didn't bring this out, man. Come on, man. We got to call Kemetian Adept to bring this type of stuff out. Let's go, brother.
This is what I was born to do, sir. This is what I've been wanting to give our people, to show them the oneness. None of this got to do with divide making Islam better than Hebrew or vice versa. I'm trying to show you that we won. So if you come in here under a mentality of division, when you get on this platform, you the enemy of God. I don't care who you is.
God said you dug in the crates on this one, brother.
You the enemy of God. Look at Shalom. Right there. This is a perfect peace. This is Islam. This is Salam.
And that's in where? That's in the Quran?
This Hebrew dictionary. This Strong's. Yeah. I'm using their source.
I think you're giving them too much, man. Let's open up the platform.
All right. All right. Yes, sir.
Man, you hurting them. You killing them right now.
Yes, sir. So, in opening, I did want to show them this. This is the last one.
Okay.
And this is dealing with Muhammad, for those who still in doubt. And this is from one of our families in Zimbabwe. Muhammad, the black prophet of Islam. Listen to what he says. In this two-part series, we shall be focusing on the life story of Muhammad, a great black prophet. It says, in the origins and accomplishments of Islam in Arabia, Africa, and Europe. Muhammad was born in Mecca. His father was Abdullah, the son of Abdul Muttalib. Muhammad and his forebears belonging to the Quraysh tribe, which, like many Meccan tribes, could trace their roots to Abraham through his first son, Ishmael, Egyptian. Arabians were black people, but a large portion of them had fallen victim to Alexandria's miscegenation scheme. And it states that and had become people of mixed race. I talked about that earlier. Muhammad was not of mixed race, and he often bragged of his blackness of skin and the purity of his bloodline. For instance, Muhammad would say, I am of the tribe of Quraysh, of pure blood. He meant that he was a melanated Arab. He would also say Allah created man of black clay in his image. And also we got our color from Allah. Goodness gracious, sir. This is some of the stuff that Arabs ain't been teaching you. In fact, they say anybody that say Muhammad was of dark hue, then you got to kill him. The blackness of Muhammad is the most obvious aspect of the Quran, and Islam's most devoted followers have been black Muslims since the very beginning. Because of the racial hierarchy that was invented by the white man, the mixed race Arabs have sought to hide the fact that Muhammad was black by simply saying, unlike the Christians, Muslims do not make images of their prophets. Muhammad's parents passed away when he was very young. It says he was legally adopted first by his grandfather Abdul Muttalib, and after his grandfather's death by his uncle Abu Talib. His mother figure was from an Ethiopian family which lived in Mecca. See, this going back to everything I laid the foundation for in the beginning. For those of you who want to get up here and talk about I'm trying to teach you Arabism, you wasn't watching this laid out.
No way in hell.
Muhammad was raised. Y'all should thank me for this. It say was raised for most of his childhood friends were Ethiopians. These Ethiopians spoke much about their neighbor's king who were Christian and how they could trace their kingdom back to King Solomon. Muhammad had Ethiopian guardians, mainly depended on his uncle Abu Talib for tribal protection. Muhammad would see his uncle. If he needed anything as a young man, he began joining his uncle in the caravan trips to Syria. Syria at this time was under Rome or Byzantine. Abu Talib was a merchant trader, as were many Arabians. This allowed to the strategic location of Arabia, which was between Africa, Asia, and India. After a few trips, Muhammad himself became a merchant, started making trips to Syria with trading goods, and many of the traders of Arabia were Sabians, who were wealthy people and kinsmen and Solomonic kings of Ethiopia. You know, in the Quran, it shows how it makes reference to the Sabian and everything. It's a lot in here to unpack. I ain't gonna try to unpack it all, but you get it. Muhammad come from the Cushitic bloodline. The God Allah was worshipped prior to Muhammad under the name Allah. The name Allah goes all the way across the spectrum of many different cultures, Hebrew and the Arabic. We just showed it to you. So Yahawah and Allah is the same, and we can find their origins in ancient Kemet. Only difference between Kemet is Allah represents a state of being as opposed to a being outside of yourself. We'll stop right there, son. Now, who want the smoke?
All right. Let me bring in Lord Apple real quick. And hey, listen, I want everybody to know, please, no disrespect to the guests. You can ask your question. You can be strong in your question, but no slandering, no calling out each other names and none of that. Let's get it in. Lord Apple, you got
peace, what's going on, sir? I don't need to do that. This is what this guy has been doing to me since I first encountered him. He's been a hater of me, slandering my name. I got it when he did a presentation, I believe it was, on your platform. Everybody hitting me up in my inbox that have read my previous works and saying, yo, this dude Kemetian stole all of your information and is giving a presentation on sa.neter as if it's his, right? Even in that, I leave it be, because he would benefit from the teachings of Lord Abba. But because he only knows how to disrespect me, that's why he calls me Lord Blabber, right? That's why. I don't have to disrespect this guy at all. My scholarship stands on its own. So I came up here for the brother to give his proofs that Elijah Muhammad was once known as Elijah Bay. Don't tell me about the Moors that he knew, because I put all of that in the book that I wrote in 2011. I have all of that research. I just need proof that Elijah Muhammad's name was Elijah Bay and that he was a member of the MST of A.
All right. You ready?
Sure.
Okay. Now, let me first say this here. I never been a hater of you, and I ain't never used none of your information. I've been doing this before you became a Muslim. I've been a Muslim 30 years, bro. I know you recently came into Islam a few years ago, maybe 15 at the most.
I was born 5%, brother.
So, but you wasn't a Moor. I know you became
I was born 5%. You talk about Islam and Muslim.
Listen,
you didn't say more.
I let you speak.
All right, go ahead.
Don't cut in between. And I'm gonna let you speak again, but don't cut into my bill. You ain't been no more long enough, and your book was guesswork. I would never use that, to try to do what I do. You were saying they say what Noble Drew Ali was, and most of your information came from a bad source, Ra Sadi El. Unlike you, I come through the lineage of an adept that was taught directly by the wives of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. I come through the lineage of one that was taught directly. The Prince of Peace was made an adept by Noble Drew Ali. I come through the lineage of one who was taught by I Cook Bay, G Cook Bay. This is history. You don't know that because you come up under the temples that were remixed, and they ain't even temples of Prophet Noble Drew Ali. So I get what you're saying. You wasn't part of the inner circle, and that's why you're confused now. Now let me show you the proofs of what I just said earlier. Don't cut me off.
No,
I whooped you and Tahaka Bay when y'all came up and tried to double team.
You never whooped me. We never debated. What are you talking about?
Just be quiet. Mute your mic while I'm talking.
Don't say you whooped me, because you ain't. We never debated.
But will you stop it, Lord? I'm gonna say Lord Apple. I'm gonna give you respect. Just be quiet for a minute, and we finna show you what you don't know. See, that's the problem right there. You've been running around here, putting all this misinformation out here, and you don't have the knowledge that I have. I got information that even the NOI ain't got, brother. And this is a whole nother measure right here, right? This is Elijah Muhammad, writing letters to Professor Elders Dean, the same people that actually went against Prophet Noble Drew Ali in Temple Number 4 in Detroit. The same people that went against Prophet Noble Drew Ali. You see, he signed his name where he was writing to Sadi Majid. Sadi Majid is the one that made Malcolm X defect from his Elijah Muhammad behind the scenes. So people don't know that. That's an Arab from Sudan. He the one that made, I'm going to do a presentation on that one day. And let me show you something. I'm the only one that showed who Master Farad Muhammad really is. And I ain't never presented this in the public on sa.neter channel. You see these three people up here on this fireplace right here? That's Master Farad Muhammad right there. That's Master Farad Muhammad under the name Fawad Mehmed Bey. Watch this. Now, look at these flags. This is Fawad Mehmed Bey. That's what I cropped out right there. Fawad Mehmed Bey. Fawad Mehmed Muhammad Bey mean master. You see this? This was took in Detroit, sir, in 1923. So this is pre-NOI information. Me and the Nation of Islam have knowledge of this. You see this? Now watch this. In the knowledge of this here, we know Wali, Farad Muhammad Ali, is one of the aliases he used, right? Look at the flag. It comes from the Young Turks. The NOI flag, this is the original. See the Arabic? It says freedom, justice, equality, Allah. That's what it say right there. They flag in the NOIs, freedom, justice, equality, Islam. I'm showing you where all this stuff come from. This is just going into Elijah, because now we're getting into Elijah. This is Elijah Muhammad right here, bro, at the 28th convention, a little bit before the prophet passed form. This is Farad in front of it. That's Elijah Muhammad right there, bro. Now watch this. This is the picture, sir. You see that picture right there, sir? Mm-hmm. That's Elijah Muhammad right there, bro.
Oh,
that's Elijah Muhammad right there, bro. You can look at his posture. And this is before, and I'm going to prove that it's Elijah. Watch this. This is the temple, number 4 in Detroit, when Elijah was in Detroit. These are the actual records right here, sir. See this right here, temple number 4, Detroit, Michigan, July 3rd, 1928, from the same time that picture was took. That's Noble Drew Ali's signature up there. This is the monthly report of those who came to the meetings there, right?
Right.
Now look at what it says. The Lord Bey, as they said right there, but Ford Bey, pardon himself. This is Robert Poole Bey, right? What he paid in dues. Clara C. Poole Bey, Clara Poole Bey, 25. John Poole Bey. I'm finna show you something. This is where I'm gonna kill him at in a minute. So watch this. John Poole Bey. I want y'all to remember that name. James Poole Bey. David Ford L. I ain't even got to go into that right now. Y'all already know who that is. You know who that is. This is the wife, Sister Sally Ali, the wife of Ugan Ali, that's often seen in the picture with Elijah. Look at what this says. See this right here? In this connection, it should be noted that Wali Farad Muhammad, it's the FBI file now, lived in Detroit, Michigan from July 1930 to June 1934, during which time he was instrumental in founding the Nation of Islam. Remember, Elijah didn't meet him, until 1930, but he was already moving back and forth in America over 20 years before Elijah met him. So it's certain history that the nation wouldn't have. See, this is when they used to wear the fez right here. That's Khalat Muhammad, Elijah Muhammad brother, right there out front, because he was actually the minister. He was the minister, and Elijah and Khalat fell out, and Elijah went on the run. He had to run up the East Coast because his own brother was trying to kill him, because they said that he was teaching that Farad didn't teach, by teaching that Farad was God. His own brother. This is a close-up picture of these brothers. You see that? This is when the NOI used to call themselves the Allah Temple of Islam. And Farad Muhammad was called Prophet Farad right here. Prophet W.D. Ford. He wasn't called Allah at the time. So the Allah Temple was teaching he was Prophet Ford. Now look at this. This is a drawing from a newspaper clipping when the Honorable Elijah Muhammad got locked up. See what they was calling him? Mahmud, Prophet of the Allah Temple of Islam. This is when he got locked up. But look what they found in Elijah Muhammad's possession, Brother sa.neter. This is a portion from the questionnaire. It says, who were Adam and Eve? They are the mothers and fathers of the human family, Asiatics and Muslims. This is the one-on-ones of the Moorish Americans. They found this in Elijah Muhammad possession. Who was guarding the holy city of Mecca to keep the unbelievers away? Angels. What is the modern name for those angels? Asiatics. Are the Moorish Americans in relation to those angels? Yes. We all have the same father and mother. The Asiatic nations of the New World were described by Mahmud, that's one of the aliases of Elijah Muhammad, as the Moorish Americans. But guess what? our brother Khalid Muhammad and John Muhammad, they were there when Ward-Din Muhammad found the charter, the temple number 4, in his possession when they was removing all Elijah Muhammad's stuff. They found the charter to temple number 4 in Detroit, the one that was abandoned by Lomax Bey when he ran off with the temple funds and went to Egypt. Same one that Elijah Muhammad was communicating with. Now, this is what Elijah said. He said, I was welcome to the temple of Islam wherever he was teaching, just like anyone else. But I could not say anything. I went and sat down and listened to him like any other visitor. When I went back to my room, some of his followers came and they learned where I was. He talking about Moors now. He said they learned where I was rooming and to ask me if I would come and talk to them at a brother's house. I said yes, and I did so. And the brothers wanted me to come back and the next night also. So I went back to talk with them again. And they began to like me so well. It says that, and I meant they probably meant sheep, but he said the chief hearing that they were listening to me teach at the brother's house sent a warning out against the brother. I stayed around there and listened to the brothers and came over, and they would not accept his warning. I all but got the house of the brother so full that they could not find a standing room because they wanted to hear. One or two of the brothers said if we had a sheik like him, we would get some place. This is when Elijah was converting the Moors into his movement, sir. I listened to him and I knew he was right. They were very nice to me. Listen, this is how we know this was during the time of Farad. For those who want to say that was later, he said, Allah told me to go ahead and teach them wherever they would like that I teach them. I must say that I have lots of experience among different groups of people, not only trying to teach Islam, but other teachings also. I would go around to see what was going on, and I learned a lot about our people in those days. They didn't know who I was, huh? I would tell them my name was this, or my name was that. I carried a little notebook around with me so that when I reached the city, I would remember what I told them my name was. See, this is why you don't know when Elijah Muhammad was around him, but he's telling you right here that he was among the Moors teaching, when they was converting them. So again, that's Elijah full-fledged with the Fed, and you going.
All right, so is it my turn to respond?
All right, hold on.
All right, let me respond, sir.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Infidisi not Infidisi. Kemetian the depth. I think he had proved it. He showed sources or whatever. It's going to be hard to get up out of this.
This is the tough tournament to be in, and we're busting pinatas.
Lord Abba, you got
to
Okay. So
we want sources. We want some sources. Just talk.
I'm sitting in my car. But back in 2011, I wrote a book called Noble Drew Ali and the Moorish Science Temple of America, the movement that started it all. He said I used Ras-Sadiel as a source. Ras-Sadiel was one of the 40 or 50 sources that I used for that book. The Muqarrabin Files by Sheikh R. Edwards L. was another one that I heavily relied on. The works of Azim Hopkins Bey out of the Grand Sheikh out of Temple 11 in Philadelphia. So he tried to discredit my works by discrediting, a bad individual that also has some history. But we're not going to get into his sheik, right? Because I could go there, but there's no need for me to do that. The Sadi Majid piece is also in my book, so that's nothing new to me. This is 2011. When I bring that out in my book, there are many people that say this is the first time that I've heard of this debate between Sadi Majid and Noble Drew Ali. Noble Drew Ali tells Sadi Majid that the Allah of your Islam has no eyes by which it sees, no ears with which it hears, no feelings with which it feels. It is a spook shot through with hocus pocus or something like that. It's been a while since I've looked at that document. The piece that he pulled up that says Elijah Poole Bay and Clara Poole Bay and David Ford, this was a forgery. And I know because as a young member of the Moorish Science Temple of America, I was running with that piece as proof. And then the elders,
Prove that
wait,
though.
hold on, son. No, well, look, I'm gonna watch this. Then the elders pulled my coat and said, "No, brother, we don't like the stuff that you're doing, but we want to pull you to the side and say this is not true. This document cannot be found that its original in the temple that they're saying out of Detroit. That is a forgery that was produced years after um, the alleged claim that he was a part of the member. Now,
Why would they do that?
well, because you have people that's trying to take Elijah Muhammad, like this brother, and making him a part of the Morris Science Temple of America, because there was battles.
Why did he wear feds? Why did he wear
Hold
feds?
hold on, sir, because that was a part of the uniform of the early lost Temple of Islam. The brother got some of the information right. He read my book. He's fronting like he didn't, but he read my book. He said when the FBI picked him up, he had the teachings of Noble Drew. That's a fact. Up until I believe it was 1951, the Nation of Islam taught the teachings of the Morris Science Temple of America. They just removed Noble Drew Ali's name and references to the Morris Science Temple of America. They reprinted it without these pieces of information. This is a fact, and I show that in my works, and I've shown that in my research over the years. So one thing that the brother did not prove was that Elijah Muhammad himself, and all that you heard, say that he himself was a member of the Morris Science Temple of America. All of those sources that he read about going amongst those Moors are in my book, and I have plenty more in the book where he's talking about his time. I have the letter that Farad wrote to a brother. I want to say his name was Joe Bay. I can't remember. It's been years, but I still have all of that stuff in my files because they were trying to recruit out of the Moorish Science Temple of America. So in all that he said and all that he showed, he could not and did not prove that Elijah Muhammad was ever a part of the Moorish Science Temple of America. And this last point, to get Bay on your name in the early Moorish Science Temple of America typically meant that you were in the governing body. You were either a grand governor of over a state, or you were a adept in the Moorish Science Temple of America. When you look at the early Moorish Science Temple of America, only the people that were grand governors over a state had the name Bay. So unless Elijah Poole Bay was the grand governor over the state of Michigan, that right there alone tells you that this document is a forgery, because he would have had to have earned that title Bay. That's the way Noble Drew Ali set it up. So, I mean, like I said, if this brother wants to learn, he can learn. I have a lot of information to offer, but this brother chose hate, and now he has holes in a lot of his information.
Okay, before I bring you back on, Kemetian, let me ask you, Lord Abba.
What's up?
Will you take on the brother once and for all?
There's nothing. Well, there's nothing to debate, right? Because with him.
To debate, brother. You say he wasn't. He say he was. I think it's important to get the truth out, brother. And
that's not a debate. That's not a debate. That's gonna last 2 minutes. It's gonna last 2 minutes. That's all I'm saying. Most of what he.
Come on, then. What would you challenge him on? If you,
This is what I'm going to challenge this brother to do. I'm going to challenge this brother to tighten up his methodology, because he may have something to offer to people, right? And his methodology is very, very leaky. You can't take letters and misconstrue them and say, look at the letters. You have to get into philology, right? You have to get into the philology of words, and then.
Hold on, man.
Go ahead.
Family, if y'all think Lord Abba is running, type it in the let us know if Lord Abba is running, or do you think Lord Abba?
This new sign change one bit.
So I want him to bring them sources up here of these elders.
You never run from no debates, brother. You starting to.
I'm not running from a debate. I'm just saying that this wouldn't be a debate, because we are in agreement with a lot of stuff, but some of what he's presenting He's trying to enhance his understanding and force that onto people. He's trying to take what he considers as an enhanced understanding, I should say, and force that onto people as if it is a methodologically sound, and it's not. I listen to him. I've been doing this for a long time.
He wasting time. He wasting time. So let's move
I
to
don't.
the next.
I'm not wasting time.
You don't want no smoke.
Let me move on. Thank you, Lord.
Definitely.
Back
and again, when you ready?
Hold on. All right, let me bring on King J, and then I got you, Zaquan. I see you. King J was here first. Let's go, King J. You got a question?
Peace to the panel. Definitely do. I took notes, so I actually have a couple questions, but I just want to ask this one off top. I do have a problem with Kemetian adepts, just premise in general. If we go back to the name of the topic, Allah and Yahawah. So if I can have a back and forth dialogue with adept,
Right.
if I said
King J, I just want to warn you, this man is a former champion.
I'm familiar.
Then, so be very careful, brother.
I'm familiar.
No quicksand and can't get out.
Nah, I know who I'm up against. Adept, if I said La Ilah Il Allah, could you identify what word in there was God?
Wrong. You pronounced that wrong, brother. You didn't even say that right.
Well, no, I said Ilah. I'm pronouncing it the way I want to. Ilah. And then
okay,
you
want me to answer the question?
I do.
You want me to answer the question?
I do.
You answered that wrong, and I can tell by you asking that you don't understand what you're saying. It's La ilaha illallah. It's La ilaha illallah, and Allah is at the end, brother.
That's what I said. That's what I said. Allah at the end. So that's why I'm asking you. So I'm asking you the distinct.
You got to go one at a time, because when Kemetian is finished, you got to go on pause because it'll bring an echo. So when you speak and his mic is open, it's going to bring an echo. So go one at a time. Go ahead, King J. Finish saying what you were saying.
Okay. Yeah. So that's exactly the point I was making. Adept. What is what we just said? Ilah and Allah. The word Ilah is the word used for God, correct? Not Allah. Is that correct?
Didn't I just say Allah was used as God, brother? You
no,
say
brother.
Used for God.
Kemetian,
you actually listen.
King J, you got to talk, King J.
Yeah, you cutting into what I'm saying. When he asked me a few minutes ago, Sir, what was a God in the name, what he spoke, and I say wrong. I said Allah is the name God, didn't I?
Yes. Yep.
Didn't I say that a lot?
Yes,
now he trying to say I'm saying Ilah was God. Ilah means many gods, bro. Ilah is not Allah. Did you watch this from the beginning? Hold up, brother. Stop cutting over what I'm saying, and you'll get it. Did you watch this from the beginning, this presentation? Or did you come in on the back?
I have.
Okay, so did you not see me? Hold up. Did you not see me show that Ilah is not Allah in the beginning? Because I know
brother, I'm not saying that Ilah is Allah. So that's where you're misquoting my argument.
So what are you saying? I'm gonna mute out. I'm gonna mute out and let you unpack it, brother. Go.
La ilah il Allah. There is no God but Allah. So I asked the brother to identify what word in that sentence was God. And it's not Allah, it's Ilah. He said Allah was the last word in the sentence, which is correct. And what I said was, there is no God but Allah. So I asked you to identify what word was God in that sentence.
Did you not see me present up there, bro? That Ilah was used as
I'm not answering my question.
I let you speak, brother. Stop cutting into the bill. I'm gonna have you remove if you keep cutting in front of what I'm saying. Cause you ain't gonna do that on the platform. We ain't finna do that. You said La ilaha illallah, bro. You don't even know how to pronounce it right. I can tell you don't. So you really up against something that you can't deal with. Stop it. The word Allah is God. The reason the word Ilah is used is to say that there is no God, no pagan deity worthy of worship. Allah is the one worthy of worship. That's what it means. So what you're saying don't make no sense. What in the world?
Brother,
So what you saying
changed it.
don't make, brother, you gonna keep cutting me off when I'm letting you speak. You just ain't got no discipline, dude. So, you know, I'm landing my plane. The word Ilah and Allah is not the same. I unpacked that in the beginning of this. So what you saying don't make no sense, bro. You just seen me read out of the Arabic in the Quran. I know what I'm talking about. So your premise is flawed.
But you haven't answered the question, King. I mean, it's a simple question,
Right.
brother. The
I don't know
word,
what
what was the word?
outside of what are the next?
King
Go
J,
ahead. Go ahead.
you really, Kemetian is right, brother. You missing a couple of the Arab words when you say that. You skipping over.
Yeah, I did. But the general point is that the word Ilah,
Like when they say Ashadu Allah ilaha illallah. You keep forgetting a couple of the words, brother.
right. That's not a problem. But I'm saying the word Ilah is the word that is used for God in that sentence. There is no God. When I say there is no God, it's Ilah. It's not Allah.
So what does Allah means to you, King J?
In that sentence, so Allah, okay, so Allah would be a combination of the word El and La, meaning none, noneness, no. It's a combination of two words. So listen, I would ask the brother this: is he familiar with Gabar Balat? The worship of Balat and the worship of Hathor and Balat in the Serabit El Qadim temples.
Okay, I'm gonna answer this question. Now, Sar, you can tell that he wasn't listening or he wasn't here from the beginning of this video.
Brother, I saw your whole presentation.
Can you stop talking, brother, when I talk?
I thought we were having a back and forth dialogue. My bad, go ahead.
We are, but Sar is muting us out so we can have that. But you keep cutting into it when I explain, bro. You a guest here. I don't mind you speaking, but don't do that every time you hear me speaking. I'm letting you speak. I'm not cutting over you. Do the same thing. So I spoke on Alat, and I addressed all of that right there on the goddess worship, dealing with pre-Islamic Arabia, because I knew it was individual like you. I told Sa that from the beginning. Remember I was showing that about the Yanni worship and all that, Sa?
Yeah.
I addressed all of this stuff, and I showed the difference between Allah and Alat. So I know good and well you ain't finna bring the name Balat that ain't even in the Quran up in here.
Well, see, that's the thing.
The word Balat ain't got nothing. That's why I say, brother, you still gonna.
So you're not familiar.
I know who Balat is. It ain't got nothing to do with Islam or the Quran, though. That's why I'm saying you looking crazy out here, bro.
Brother, so you don't understand.
Show me. Okay. This is how we gonna do this. Show me Balat in the Quran. I'm finna expose this cat.
Brother, I never said Balat was in the Quran.
I know.
So you're making up your own argument, brother. You're making up your own argument.
So why are you bringing Balat name up in here?
So you did not understand.
What does that have to do with Allah?
So you did not understand the point. That's the point that I'm trying to make. There was no Allah. You keep saying Allah. There's Balat. So look, if you went, so we can go from Baal to Allah. We can go through that, but that's not the point. I wrote notes, Adept, but I just really want you to answer the question. So if I said Alhamdulillah, at the end, it's not Allah. That's Ilah. It's Ilah. It's not Allah.
What?
It's not. You're not saying.
It ain't no Ilah. It's Alham. It's listen, good brother. I'm finna expose you again. It's Alhamdulillah. Ain't no Ilah in there.
There's no A.
No, it's not, brother. It's Alhamdulillah.
It's not A. And you're spelling it. ALHAMDUI. I'm spelling the word, brother.
Ain't no I in there.
It's Ilah. It's Ilah. Every time you're gonna say God in Arabic, you're gonna say Ilah.
Good brother. What's the name of this? What's the name? What's the subject matter up here that we're dealing with?
And that's where I say your premise is faulty. Allah does not mean God. Allah does not mean God. Ilah means God.
Listen. What's the premise right behind this subject matter right here? Allah and Yahweh are the same.
Exactly, and that's a faulty premise because Allah is not even a God.
You're making yourself look crazy over here,
no,
bro.
Brother, I'm explaining to you. Just like you use the word.
I'm gonna let you explain yourself, and I'm gonna pull a source material.
I appreciate
you just
that.
talking.
I
You
appreciate
talking
that.
to talk.
No,
I ain't no appreciate it. I always pull sources up.
I took
So,
notes,
but
King, on
I'm
the
saying
thing. Go ahead.
you need to pull sources up and stop talking.
I can understand that. But I did take notes. So
Ain't no
that
understand it. Boy, if you gonna refute what I'm saying, you gotta refute the sources, bro.
Hey, hold
but I
on.
can't show my screen. I can't show my screen.
Hey, brother Jay. You know I rock with you, brother, but you're wrong, man. Allah means God. Why don't you Google it? Allah means God, brother. That's
Google
it.
Eli. Do me a favor then and Google Eli. And I
No,
will guarantee you that will say God.
I already
And
Googled Allah. I
no,
did that in Arabic and I did it in English.
no,
Allah,
Google Eli. Eli. ILLAH.
Allah means God, brother.
No, not Allah. Eli.
No, but listen, you saying that Allah don't mean God. I'm telling you, Allah.
Exactly. So what is connection of that? And what we just said, if you're failing to identify what was the word for God used in there is no God but Allah. What is the word used for God in that sentence? That's the only question I have.
Hey, Sa, will
Yeah.
you tell him the answer again? Because he asking the same question again. What did I say the name was? What did I say the last name was in La ilaha illallah? What did I say it was, Sa?
The last word
Because I
says
ain't gonna say
Allah.
it again. This is the third time. Either
But
he ain't
you will
here,
be incorrect on that.
either
That's why I
you
keep
ain't
asking it.
here. Bro,
That's why I keep
I tell you
asking.
what I'm gonna do. This what I'm gonna do right here. I'm finna close this, man. I'm gonna show you what the source of who Allah is, and we're gonna go to the next. Because you wasting time.
Just pull it up. Ilah.
Well, spell it, King J.
ILLAH.
Brother, that's it. Don't say that over here. I got it right. I'm looking
Pull up
right
Ilah.
now. That's what I did.
Okay. So when we're writing out that sentence that you said I'm leaving out words, right? Where it's the la ilah il Allah, right? I'm asking specifically in that sentence, there is no God but Allah. What is the word that is used for God? And it's not Allah.
It
Allah
is.
Allah is the last word.
Hey, King J, we got to move on because you
Okay.
If you Google Ilaha, you'll see that you don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. It means God.
No, it don't, brother.
Okay.
And you probably got that from Morpheus. That's from Morpheus, brother.
No, but I did take notes. But that was one of the questions that I did have. I did have a question about Bilqis. He mentioned Sheba and Saba. I would have pushback on that because I would actually prefer the word Bilqis. If I asked him who Bilqis was, would he say Sheba?
All right, hold on. I'm a man of truth, so I got to get right back. When you go to Ilah, it also means God. You are right. So I see it. I just went to somewhere else, and it says it is Ilah or Allah. So you could it means Allah too.
So that's the question I'm asking the brother in the sentence. Which word is used for God? And it's not Allah, it's Ilah. There's a distinction.
No. Listen, Allah also means God.
Allah is the generic term. Allah is the generic term that that is not the word that they use. This is my distinction. So would it make sense to say La Allah Il Allah? There is no Allah but Allah.
You getting that from Morpheus, brother?
No, I'm getting that from just common understanding. I'm just asking the brother a question and he hasn't answered it. And it was just a simple identifying what word in that sentence was God. And he couldn't do it.
Yeah,
okay.
let me just it would say there is no God but God.
Right.
That's all that's saying. There is no God but God. That's all that's saying.
Yeah, but it doesn't say that. It says two different words for God.
All right. King J, thanks, man. Let me move on to Apostle. You got the floor, brother. Unmute yourself, Apostle.
Kal Halal, Yahawah, Bahashim, Yahawah Shai. Good seeing you again, Kemetian. It's been a long time.
Hey, Apostle, before you go on, before you say anything, I want to ask you, what do you think about this up and coming debate in May?
Looking forward to it, but I don't know. about joining Patreon yet, man. But I have to talk to you about that.
Okay, no problem. But I'm just
Yeah.
saying, I ain't talk about Patreon. What do you think about the
Yeah.
debate coming up?
I think it's going to be formidable. I mean,
think
it's
Zoriak
a
is
powerhouse.
biting off more than he could chew now. He taking on Pastor Bennett.
Well, Pastor Bennett's done, you know, if he got his degree, he's been further indoctrinated. You know, he's doubling down on his doctrine, you know, because, you know, that's what happens in college, man. I know, I've been there.
All right, go ahead, Apostle. It's on you.
Yeah. I do want to share my screen.
Hey, Kemetian, is it all right?
He said bring
Oh
sources.
yeah, he can share screen.
All right, you can share your screen, Apostle. Your screen.
Right.
Come on, Apostle.
I'm doing it, man.
All right. Now, Kemetian done shot down 2 already. First Lord Abba, then King J. Took it right in the belly. All right.
Hold on. This is the wrong one. I don't want this one. Hold on. Not yet. Let me go back.
All right.
Stop sharing.
We got Keon next.
Huh?
No, go ahead.
Let me go back. Where I'm at. StreamYard. Present. Share screen.
I would say King J took a graze. He didn't get hit in the belly, but he got a graze because he was right on the Elah. It do mean God too. Both of them. Elah and Allah. It says it. I looked it up. I was like, damn, okay. At first I didn't find it, but then I seen it.
Okay, I think this is what I want to share. All right. Yeah. And then, let's see. Can you put that up?
It's up. It's up and running.
All right. This, I don't see it on the screen, but okay. This is Paleo Hebrew for beginners. Okay. This is for beginners. Here's the word Yasharallah. And basically, it's the proper use of the word Israel. Here's the word Allah Sharia, Allah Sharia, and it's a power almighty. Here's the word Halah in Hebrew, and it means power. Here's the word Allah Hayim, and it means powers. It's plural. So the word Allah that is used when you see the word God, it only means power or power. That's what the word God means. In Hebrew, when you see the word God, it's not a name. You cannot translate that word God into Yahawah. They are not the same. Satan is a god. Baal is a god. There are many gods. But as Israelites, we only worship one God who is Yahawah. That's his personal name. Allah also means God. It's not a personal name. Yahawah means he who exists. He exists. That's what it means. So, Kemetian is a man. sa.neter, you are a man. I am a man. That's a noun. But my pronoun is Zaquan, my name. That's a pronoun. It's different from just being a noun. Allah is a noun. A-H-L-A or A-L-A, however you want to spell it, is a noun. It's not a pronoun or a proper noun. There's a difference between a noun.
Hey, can I ask you a question, Apostle?
Can I build?
Yes, I
And then
want to
you can
ask
ask.
you. You know how long you go.
I can stop sharing this. Hold on.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Where did Yahawah get his name from? Who named him Yahawah?
He named himself.
Where can you show that at?
It's in Exodus chapter 3.
And what does it say, brother?
What you mean? He says, I am that I am. He who exists.
Yeah, I am that I am.
It is Ahaya, Asha, Ahaya. I am that I am. Tell him, I am sent you.
So I
And
am
that's when he
means
says,
Yahawah?
when that word, when he says I am, it means, right. It means to self-exist. I am.
But when it says I am, where did Yahawah come from? I'm asking you, who named God Yahawah? Where did that come
I'm
from?
saying God named himself Yahawah. That's why
So
it
can
would
you
be
show that?
inappropriate.
That's what I'm asking you. Can you show that where
Yes,
he said?
look, it would be inappropriate if I turn to, let me go to the scripture.
All right. That's what I'm talking about.
Let me go to the scripture. Okay, I'm going to have to share my screen to go to the scripture. So let me come back to this. Okay, stop. Let me come back to this. I had too much coffee this morning. My hands are shaking.
Because I want to know who was alive when Yahawah
God
came.
named himself, brother.
I want to know who was alive when God came down and said, my name is Yahawah. Who recorded that? I want to see who was that recorded that. I don't want to hear about what somebody else said it was. I want facts. I want proof. I want evidence, brother. That's all I'm saying. Otherwise, it's made up by man.
That ain't the point, man. Any Hebrew Israelite would know that Yahawah is God's name.
Right, because that's the programming that goes all
That's
over.
That's not the programming. That's what
It
we
is the
all
program. Just show me, brother. Apostle,
okay.
Just show me. You can eliminate all the talking and just kill
You're
me.
throwing me off my bill. That's what you're doing.
Okay, here you go.
I know what you're doing.
Your screen is sharing.
Okay, I know what you're doing. That's all you're doing. It's taking me somewhere else when I'm just building with the name. And the same thing he's done. You didn't ask him to show you the name, where it comes from.
I'm asking you, brother.
Yeah, I understand. You're trying to throw me off my game.
I'm not trying to throw you off, brother.
Yeah, you are.
I'm letting you rock. I'm letting you build.
Let me see. Is this the one I want? Let me see. Damn, man, stop shaking. I am the God of thy father, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And moreover, he says, and the Lord says, surely you've seen in my affliction and cry, I am come down to deliver the Egyptians and to bring them out of the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites. And a matter of fact, he didn't tell us not to even come against their gods. Let them have their God. He wasn't even concerned about that, the gods that they worship, which would include Allah. Don't even concern yourself about that. The cry of Israel has come unto me, and I have seen their oppression within the Egyptians and oppressed them. And then it says, come now, therefore. And Moses said unto him, who am I that I should go unto Pharaoh and that should bring forth the children of Israel out of Egypt? And he said, certainly I will be with thee, and I shall be a token unto thee, and I have sent thee. When thou hast brought forth the people out of Egypt, ye shall serve God upon this mountain. And Moses said unto him, God said unto God, behold, I am come unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, God of your fathers have sent me unto you. And he said, and shall say to me, what is his name? What is his sham? And what shall I say then? And God said to Moses, I am that I am. Ahiah, Ashah, Ahiah. And he said, thus shalt thou say unto the children of Israel, I am, Yahawah, I am, has sent me unto you. And it goes on down.
Where's the Yahawah? Let me see. Let me see it.
This word I am is translated. Ahiah
No,
has
I'm
been
not going
taken
for
out.
that, brother.
I don't care whether you fall for it. Ahiah is Hebrew. That's a Hebrew word. I am is an English word. The translation is I am. I exist. You look up I exist, he who exists, it'll say the tetragrammaton, the YHWH. Only letter you have to put there is the A. And it would be Y-A-H.
So now man is adding to the letters now. See, that's
It's
what I'm
not adding
talking
to the
about.
letters. This
You
is
just
talking.
said the only letter you got to put there is the A. So
That's
you're
because
adding
the
to
Hebrew
it.
don't use vowels.
Apostle, you're adding to it to make it say Yahawah. I want to know who gave it and guess what? Guess what, Apostle? This right here kills you. Because when you say I am that I am means that. Guess what? Jesus also said, I am that I am. So does it mean that Jesus is Yahawah too? Oh, now it's silent. Because Jesus
No,
is the same thing.
Jesus never said, I am that I am.
Oh, man, don't do that, bro.
Well, what scripture did he say it?
Don't do it.
What scripture did he say it?
Man, I showed you when I beat you up in the debate.
And that was, you didn't beat me up, man. Don't be stupid.
Go ahead.
Don't
I'm
be
gonna let you
stupid.
build, Apostle. I'm
This
gonna let you
is
build.
English.
Let him build,
See, I
Apostle.
told you what you're doing is trying to throw me off
I
my
said, get him
game.
build,
Because
brother.
what I just did was just prove that Allah is not a personal name. It's a noun. And it only means God or power.
Okay,
The
okay,
same as the word, the
pardon the
same
body,
as the word God.
pardon the
But
body,
what you have
Apostle.
just done, created a strong argument that has nothing to do with the bill.
Pardon the
To
body,
try to
Apostle.
throw me off my game.
Apostle, you good, Apostle. I want to ask you a question though. I want you to put that back up there that you had when you were showing the name Allah, and you said it means Bible.
You gotta go out. You gotta go out and come back in. Your mic is really bad.
Oh, hold up. You know, it's probably this right here. Did it set in right now?
I got more, man.
No, your mic is
Hold
bad.
up. I'm gonna pull the cord now. Is it better now?
Nope.
No.
It still ain't? Okay, let me refresh then real quick.
Yeah, and I can go get it. Si, that was awful of you, man.
No, it
Do
wasn't.
that.
It was just a question.
Jesus never said, I am that I am.
Okay, I'll show you.
Yeah,
I'll show
okay.
you.
He ain't never say that.
I will
What
show.
he said, I might even tell you what he said, but he didn't say, I am that I am.
Okay.
Well, you show me.
Yes, sir. Is that better, sir?
Nah, it sounds like you got a shortage in there somewhere.
That's crazy. Hold up. You know what? I'm gonna refresh my.
Oh, yeah. It said it's not here. Let me cancel this. It's in my PowerPoint.
John 8:58.
Testing one and commission.
Is that,
Yeah, it's just bad. It just went bad.
oh, it's
Yeah.
still bad?
Yeah.
Tell him to go ahead and ask his question. Just go
Yeah,
mute. Just
hold on.
mute
It
it.
should, it may
And then
adjust.
ask your question and
It's
mute back up.
it's probably the weather over here.
Yeah, it's something over there, but it's messed up.
Okay, let me close out this right here real quick. I'm gonna close out a few of these tabs because that might be why I'm lagging too.
Go ahead and talk, Apostle.
I'm just saying right here, this is called Paleo Hebrew for beginners. Okay? This is where I started 5 years ago. Yasharallah, Israel. Allah, Shaddai. Shaddai, El Shaddai is almighty. Allah is power. Again, Allah, power. Allah, Hayam, when you put the Y-A-M on the end of it, you're pluralizing. You're saying many powers or many gods. God is not a proper noun. The word God is a noun. It's not a pronoun. It's like saying man. But personal, when you're talking about sa.neter, sa.neter is a proper noun. You are a particular man of many. So Ahaya or Yahawah, there's a reason why we don't say Ahaya, because then I'm taking God's name upon. I'm saying I'm him. When I say I am that I am, I'm saying I am God. I can't say that. So I can't use that phrase, Ahaya, Ashah, Ahaya. Tell them Ahaya sent you. I can't use that because I'm saying I'm God. And I'm not. Malak is king. Adanyaya is Lord. Adon, Lord. Yara, Washalem is Jerusalem. Shalom is peace. Shalom, not shalom or shalom. Shalom. S-H-A-L-A-M. Ain't no O in that. There are no vowels like that in Hebrew. And so when you see the spelling, you don't see the vowel. The vowel is missing. In Malak, you don't see an A. You have to add it. All you see is the M, the L, and the Kaf, the K. But to spell it, you have to add the A. The same is here in this word, Allah. All you see is the A and the L because it's the first letter. But you don't see the second letter A. You have to add that.
All right,
that's
brother.
in Hebrew.
All right,
That's
well,
not English.
that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you about where does it say that God name is Yahawah, and you still have yet.
Look,
show me.
Yahawah is a Hebrew word. There are no Hebrew words.
So in other words, man created the word, brother.
No, that's the translation of the word I am. That translation in that text is Yahawah.
Are y'all going for this, family? And in the chat, are y'all going for that? Are y'all buying
That's
that?
the translation. What we are reading in the text is English. That's what we're reading.
So did God say that I am that I am?
Yeah, it said, and God said it.
So God is saying that in the Bible, or is man writing that this is what God's saying?
Moses recorded what God said.
Come on, man. Damn.
Moses didn't say it.
Damn.
Moses recorded. The same as the 10 Commandments.
Damn,
Moses recorded. When it says, thus saith the Lord, or when it says, and the Lord said,
I ain't gonna get on.
When it say, and you're trying to confuse the people side.
No, I'm not.
It's plain English. When it said, and God said, or if it say, and the Lord said, or it says, thus saith the Lord, they are recording what God said.
So why are you saying, if you recording what he said, why are you saying Yahawah? Why don't you just call him I am that I am? Because that's what he said.
I could do that. I could do that. Or I could call him by his Hebrew name.
Brother, I'm trying to talk and you're talking over me. Why not call him by what he said? I am that I am. That's what he said, you said, right? So call him I am that I am. Not no Yahawah. That's what y'all making up now.
It's Hebrew.
Man, that's
his Hebrew name.
So if I type
Yahshua.
All right. So Apostle, I would like for you to do, being that you read Hebrew, I want you to type in I am that I am and translate that in Hebrew for us right now. Show it to us.
It's going to say Ashah. It's going to say Ahaya, Ashah, Ahaya.
All right, so where did Yahawah come from? Come on, man.
It's going to come from Ahaya.
Oh my God! Yeah.
It's going to come
okay, Sa, can you hear me clearly now?
That's better, brother. That's better.
Yeah.
Okay, brother Apostle.
You would understand that.
Yeah, 1 minute, Apostle. 1 minute. You put up. I want you to put that Allah back up there again. That you say mean power. Can you share that again, Sa?
His screen is sharing.
Okay, what's your source for that, brother Apostle?
Apostle?
Brother Apostle, what's your source for this, brother?
Down here at the bottom, you see the source?
Can you click that link for me?
Yeah, I gotta save it and put it in.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking because see, that's a different word from the word that I was putting up there earlier.
It's different in the fact that it adds the H.
Yeah, but
you was putting up the AL.
Yeah, but
AH,
what I'm saying,
it's all the same.
No, let me show you something.
This is the correct spelling of the
brother
Hebrew
Apostle.
word Allah.
Brother Apostle.
That's the correct spelling.
It's more than one word. That ain't the same word as this word right here.
You see this here? There it is in Hebrew.
I see what you're showing me.
So what is that letter there?
I'm seeing the same thing. A-L.
That's right.
Listen, open it up though. Open it up. I'm finna show you this is a different word.
It's not a different word.
Blow it up so the people can see it. I'm gonna show you this is a different word, good brother.
All right.
You see you have A and L, right?
Yeah.
Just A and L. My word has 3 letters in it, which makes it a different word than the word you have, Apostle.
Not really.
You see what I'm saying?
But we're gonna show you.
Hold up. Now let me share my screen, sir.
Hold on.
Hold up, brother Apostle. Give me a second. I let you rock for a minute. I let you rock. You can come back, but let me show you it's a different word from the one you're talking about. I'm gonna share it real quick. It ain't gonna take me but a second here. And I want to unpack that measure dealing with the Allah that we was talking about earlier briefly too. So you see that right there? I saw my screen share.
Not yet. I don't see it, brother.
Okay. Oh, I got to put the share. Oh, I done pulled it up. Okay, let me do this here. There it go right there. We'll just put entire screen. That way I ain't got to dance between them. Okay, now there we go, Shah.
I see it. It's up.
Okay, there we go. Now this is coming from the Dictionary of Strong's. Everybody know that these numbers actually archive these words. You have A and L for the alphabets that you have up there, brother. I have A, L, and H. 2 different words, brother Apostle. You see what I'm saying? This word you say mean power, and that's just some stuff you got typed into your computer, but this is an actual source. And it says this word means God, brother. And you see they use the term Ella, and they say this Aramaic word is equivalent of the Hebrew hold up, Apostle. This Aramaic word is equivalent of the Hebrew Eloah. It says it is a general term for God in the Aramaic passages of the Old Testament, and it is a cognate form of the word Allah. We just went over what cognate means, the designation of deity used by the Arab. This ain't no Arabic dictionary. This is a Hebrew dictionary saying this, Apostle. Right? Now watch this, 426. When we go into 426, brother, in the Hebrew, right here. See the number right here, 426 Strongs. I'm going to click on it. You see the word that pull up? A-L-H. See what it said mean, brother? God. It don't say it mean power. It's saying that this is the same root to the word that we was digging into a few minutes ago, derived from the Aramaic root, related to the Hebrew also, Eloah, meaning God or deity. You see? And then they go into the various places. And you said that this is not a name. But right here, brother, it says Basmalah. Basmalah, like it say in there, Bismillah, that's Basmalah. Basmalah. It means in the name of the God of Israel.
Bahashem. Bahashem.
Listen to what I'm saying, though, brother.
I'm just correcting
in the
what you're saying.
Listen, okay, but it says in the name of the God of Israel. And it's using the same name I had.
Right.
It said,
but it's using the Masoretic of today.
You can't get around what I'm saying.
Let me share my screen and I'm gonna show
Apostle, you got to let him finish first, brother.
Okay,
cutting into
I'm
the bill.
gonna let him finish. I just want to show my screen.
I just let you speak like 5-10 minutes into my whole bill.
I understand, but you like, asked me to go get a word.
Listen, Apostle, respect what I'm saying. Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm saying it says in the name of the God of Israel, and it uses the word Allah right there, brother. You know, so, and this is coming from the same one. Remember, this is 426, Apostle. That's the root. That's how you check this. Look, this is it right here. It's not the same word as the one you present.
I saw.
See that right there, 426.
The same word.
Look, there it is again. This is Elohah right there. A-L-H-A. A-L-H-A. That's Elohah. On the house of God. So you can't go outside of that and just place A-L without the H.
I'm going to show you
the same thing I'm talking about. That word you saying mean power, but it don't mean the same as this word, Apostle. Okay. I'm sorry, but you know,
just
we got
share
to
my
get
screen.
it as it is.
Share my screen and you'll see. Here's
and show me the connection of that for 426.
I got it on the screen. All I got to do is share it.
And you got 426 as being the same number as that source.
Right. I got it up there. I'm going to show you.
Okay.
It's on my screen. Go ahead, Si. I
don't see nothing yet.
Well, Si, put it up there. You see it? You see it?
That's wrong.
No.
That ain't 420. That ain't 426.
Look,
that ain't 426.
Brother, look at it. A-L.
I'm looking at what you're saying, but that's not 426.
Hey, look, man, it's right there in front of you.
Look at the number on the side of it. Look at the number. Look at the archive number on the side. What that number says beside what Apostle put in there. You still talking about letters.
Apostle. What is the letters? A-L-A-H.
Apostle. Mute him, sir. Mute him. Please mute him. What is the letter right there next to that, family? 204 for what Apostle is pulling up. You see that? 204. That's Allah in the Paleo Hebrew Dictionary. It's not 426, bro. Two different words. Them numbers archive what the word is. Just like that 2125 is Yahoshua. That's a different number. That's Yahoshua. You see what I'm saying? So my Apostle is presenting words that ain't got nothing to do with what I'm talking about. He talking about power. Go to 426 in the Paleo Hebrew and watch what it says. It's not the way that you present it, bro. And that's a totally different word that he got. Even the N word, that ain't the Paleo Hebrew version of that. The last letter is different from the letter in mine. The last letter is a curvature that looked like an upside down cane. That's not the proper letter. So those are two different words, bro. What's going on with the brother? Now, pull that up, Apostle. You know what? Better yet, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put it to rest.
Why are you doing that, Apostle?
Let him come forth. This is the book. I'm gonna pull up 206.
Hold the book up again.
This is Strong's right here, Sa. Got all the dictionary word Greeks and Hebrew. You see how big it is?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's where that come from. What I just showed you, I'm finna go to the 206 that Apostle got up here.
You are going to be held responsible for every word that come out of your mouth.
All you had to do is sit there and be silent, brother. I'm demonstrating unity over here. I'm not trying to put Islam over Hebrewism, brother. And that's why you falling by climbing right now, because you think I'm trying to make Allah greater than Yahawah.
You are, man.
You should have just stopped back.
I just burnt you, brother.
I was trying to demonstrate unity, brother. But you want a book. So here it is right here. 206.
I just burnt you, brother. I showed the A-L-A-H. The same letter you did it.
He's still
I just burnt you.
Apostle, you showed a different word.
Everybody saw it. I just burnt you.
Apostle, that's a different word.
I cut your head off.
All right, Apostle. Hold on.
A-L.
All right, hey, hold on, Apostle. Hey, Kemetian, let me get a little wreck real quick.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
And then I'm gonna come.
You did this on purpose, Si. I just burnt you, both of you guys.
No, I'm gonna tell you, Apostle. I'm gonna show you how I'm gonna burn you right now. I'm gonna show you. You said that I am that I am translate into Yahawah. Am I correct? Do you still stand on that?
I said I am that I am. I said I am that I am is a higher, a shah, a higher.
Okay, well, we're gonna find out right now.
Right.
All right. So what I did was, brothers and sisters, I typed it up and then I tried to get a translation in Hebrew. And so here's what they came up with.
Go to that text.
No, don't tell me what to do, brother. Just relax. Don't start shaking down. This is what I came up with when I seen it. Where is that? Here you go, right here. So when you look at it, you see, I am that I am is a common English translation of Hebrew phrases. Also, I am who I am will become what I chose to be. Check this out now. I am what I am. So here it is in the Hebrew. I can't read the Hebrew. So you see it in the Hebrew. Now check out what else I did. I said, okay, I got that. So now what I gotta do is let me go on over to the blue letter. Watch this. Awesome. I'm not going to call you a liar because I respect you. I'm just going to say you are unlearned and you are making up stuff. And so when I go to be quiet, let me get it out, and I'm going to let you respond. So when I go to the blue letter, the word I am is Hayah. Hayah. Let's see.
Strong's H, 1961. Hayah.
Did y'all hear that? Did you hear it?
Yep.
Okay, let's hear it again. Here's I am right here. Let's hear what it says.
Hayah.
Hayah.
That's
Hayah. Be quiet about it. God damn, you're always trying to, every time you get caught, you try to say something. Let me play it again. Here it is.
Strong's H, 1961. Hayah. Hayah.
Let's move it down. Let's go down where it says, I am that I am. Let's hear what this one is saying. Because it's saying it means the same thing. Let's see.
Strong's H, 1961. Hayah. Hayah.
Now, let's go on over to the tools. Let's see what that means. Hayah. I am that I am. See? Now, here you go right here. I am only means to happen. Fall out, occur, to take place, come, about to come to pass, to come about. You don't see nowhere where it says Yahawah. None of that. It says to become. So that makes a lot of sense. Because when it says I am that I am, meaning I am to come, to be. It says right here, when you look at number one, it says to become. Number two, to become like. Number three, to be what? Insulted by established. Come on, man. Instituted by established. So, Apostle, you are wrong. I'm not going to say you are a liar because I ain't going to disrespect you like that. You just wrong in your information. That's all.
So pull that blue letter back up since he used that source.
Yeah, I'm using y'all stuff that y'all taught me how to do so well. And now I go to the blue letter and then I go to the Arabic word, what it means. And it did not say anything about no Yahawah. Am I right, people? Did we all see it?
Facts.
Okay.
Facts. Hey, Saw. Hey, pull that blue letter back up, Saw. Pull that blue letter back up and pull up 426. Because that's the same.
I let it go.
Yeah. Pull that blue letter back up you had just a few minutes ago. And pull up 426. Type in 426.
I'm against both of y'all. Can I share now? Can I go in?
Apostle.
Can I go in?
Hold up, brother.
No, you would no. After you went, and when I went, you interrupted it. You did not allow me to follow up with you, brother.
I let you go 15 minutes.
No, but brother, that's before you went.
Him 3 times and you went an hour.
Mute him out, sir.
You said what? 426?
Yeah, 426. That number because it got Strongs in it.
Okay, I don't know where to go. So I'm gonna let you see it.
Okay, and I'll tell you where to go because you just type the number in there. It got an arrow on the blue letter where you can type it in, and then it's gonna pull up the word. See, like it has a number to that one that you have there.
All right, here are the Strongs right here. Strong's G 426.
Okay.
Is that it?
Okay, that's Greek right there.
Okay.
That's Greek. It's just 426. The Hebrew is what we're looking for. Go up to the top.
Go to the Hebrew.
Like you was in Hebrew just then. Go back to the Hebrew you was in.
Okay.
How you just pull that Hebrew up.
Damn, yeah, that's the Greek. How did the Greek come up in here?
It probably it just probably got it up there at the top up there. You see what that little space up there where you can type in next to blue letter Bible?
Right here?
Yeah.
That's where you had translated from. You translated from the Greek.
Yeah, put 426
up there.
Put 426 in there. It's gonna show you the numbers on the side of them.
Nah,
you know what?
That's giving me Hebrews.
Okay,
That's what you want.
I want Hebrews?
Yeah.
Oh,
you went to the Greek and gave me the Greek translation.
Yeah, you want the Hebrew. And I want
That's
you
why
to pull
everything
up
you
Ezra.
said was wrong.
Pull up the book of Ezra. Pull up the book of Ezra.
That's Greek too.
No, it's not.
All right,
Ezra is written in Greek.
Apostle, you know how to do it better? No, go ahead. Pull it up, Apostle.
Ezra is
not the one I have. Not the one I have. It got Hebrew in it.
Okay, man. You can
say
what you want to say.
Hold up. Apostle, pull it up, Apostle.
I just cut both of y'all. That's all it is.
No, you didn't, brother. No, you
didn't.
didn't.
You're acting the way you're acting because I cut the hell out of you.
Just pull it up, Apostle.
Pull up
That's why you're acting the way you're acting. And everybody saw it. That's why sa.neter jumped in because I cut the hell out of
it. Let me add this.
What he wants me to put in?
I am that I am, Apostle. You know I killed you.
Killed me, man. You went to a Greek translation.
Oh, I am that I am?
Yeah. You pulled up a Greek translation.
Well, isn't the Bible
how stupid you think I am?
But look, Apostle, isn't it translated?
No, it's Hebrew in the Old Testament.
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even know what you're doing.
Okay.
So right. I'm not saying you're lying, but you're wrong.
What you got?
So I gotta kind of straighten out the words real quick. So Ilah means God. Allah is a surname for God. So when you say the phrase, when you take your shahada, you say La ilaha illallah. And so you start with La ilaha. Ilaha is God. Allah is the God that you're talking about. That's the surname.
There you go.
The reason why they made it a surname is because it already was. the already the reason why they made it a surname is because Allah is already synonymous with Ilah, and everybody would know they're still talking about God.
Right.
And so the Jews also would use this phrase. Even today, some of them call God Allah because
Brother,
it's
you
just a
was tripping.
surname from the Muslims. No, that's a fact. You tripping, and you don't speak Arabic. So if you spoke Arabic and you actually traveled, you would know that they still do this, and
He's
it
right.
still happens.
Keon, he's right. How you
Facts.
gonna say that?
Yeah, I bet you would say he's right. Yeah, I bet.
But
Yeah,
he is,
Because
bro.
I am.
I am that
Because
I
I
am.
am.
Boy.
No,
Hey,
that's not what he was saying. He wasn't saying I am that I am means Allah, brother. That's not what he said.
I just
Nah, I
He
showed
was
don't
just
even
saying.
understand the language we talking in right now. So he talking about no, it's not. It's not, and that's where you're wrong. Can you say anything in Arabic for us?
Brother, Jewish people speak Hebrew. They don't speak Arabic. So what that got to do with anything? You
Hebrew
just
and
said that you just said that people that follow Jewish traditions
Jews
will say
also speak
Allah and
Arabic as
mention as
well.
God. That's crazy.
Correct,
And
because
then
Jews also
sa.neter
speak
sit up
Arabic. So
here
if you
and
didn't
backs
know
you
that,
up. That's
you
even
would be
crazy.
kind of because you would be a mess trying to say that they
Oh
don't.
man,
This is why they're right next to each other in country status, and
I
their
need a video.
languages are similar. So if
Drop the
you don't
video.
know
Drop the
Hebrew and
link.
Arabic, are similar. So watch this. Shalom alaikum.
Drop the link. I
Assalamu
ain't
alaikum.
trying to hear none of that. Drop the link. I want to
Assalamu
hear a
alaikum. You
Jewish
can't
person.
you
I
can't
want to hear
speak
a
any
Jewish
of it, so
person
we can't
with a
hear
little
from you
hat.
because we know
I
you
want a
don't
Jewish
speak either
person with a little
language.
hat saying Allah while he reading
You're
the
an
Jewish
Ernie.
Bible.
You don't know either language, and you trying to speak on the language as if you some type of pro when you're not. So we knew
I
you
ain't
was
say I was
amateur
a
when you
pro.
came on here.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
I know it was amateur night when
brother,
you stepped on here
show
because we
me a
knew you didn't
video
know the
where a
difference
Jewish
between the two.
person is
Now,
saying Allah and referring to God. Just show me that.
Oh, there's a
I ain't
bunch
trying
of
to hear
them.
none of that.
There's a bunch of them. There's a
If there's
bunch
a
of them.
bunch,
We
show
don't
me
care
one.
what you're trying to hear because you can't even speak. So if you
Yeah,
can't
I
speak
bet.
the language, why would we
See,
care what
son,
you
this is
hear?
this is what
You
happens
don't
when
know
you
what
get
you're
people in
talking
tap
about.
dance. They start
So
saying
you
some
get
other stuff
some of
they ain't
these
got.
weirdos on here acting like they experts and he don't even know either language. How is he going to try and speak on either one? Shh, you're a youngin'. Wait your turn. So now, like we said, La ilaha illallah in that sentence alone should show you the difference between ilah, which is God, and Allah, which is a surname for God. And if these cats don't know that Hebrews speak to Arabs on a similar plane because it's a Semitic language and they're similar to each other, then they need to sit down before they even try to step on the platform. You're
Keon,
still a bum.
that's right.
That's correct. That's
I don't know
correct.
what he's talking about.
That's
Now you can
correct.
say
Brother, y'all
whatever
want
you
to
like.
be everything but what y'all is, man. Y'all want to be Arabic one day. Y'all want
Hey,
to be Egyptian the next
mute him out.
day.
Mute him
Y'all want to
out,
be
son.
this man the
Think you
next
want us
day.
to be
This is
Hebrew,
Or they
ridiculous.
don't
sing
want
and
to
have
Yeah,
associate
yeah,
with
half
each
you
that
other
want
out.
with
to you want to
everybody.
You could
associate with
never
everything that's popular because you can't be who you
Hey,
want to.
you,
Keon.
we ain't no
Keon
Hebrew.
out. You Keon
Nobody has
out.
ever.
Wait a minute, why I keep getting muted? Why I keep getting muted?
Because listen, Keon. No one has ever said they was Arabic. They breaking down information. They didn't say
You
they.
ain't gotta say you're Arabic. You're worshiping an Arabic God. Why you gotta? You ain't gotta say you're Arabic. What you gotta say you're Arabic for? You're worshiping
Who's
an
worshiping
Arabic God.
Allah? We talking
Hey,
about the
stop.
That
differences
is an
between the
Arabic
two.
God.
Hey, son,
And you
I'm the
worshiping
host.
the Hebrew God, you African as ever. How much
I don't let,
I'm a
I don't
Christian,
let,
brother.
Hold on. Let me get back to commission.
I don't let y'all go back and forth for a minute. Also, M. Carr is on point. And he noticed because he's dealing with linguistics. But what I want to show, and this is I done found it, in the blue letter. Can you see this? Can you see this?
Yes.
See this? Now, Apostle is up here trying to go into, L or L, right? These two letters. And I keep telling him I'm dealing with three. See the 426 right here?
Yeah.
Same number. Look at what it says, bro. God.
Yeah.
The same name, Allah. He's talking about power. That's a different word. You understand that he was trying to talk over us because he didn't want
L is the same word, God.
You have to let him finish, Apostle. I will let you respond. Right after. I will let you respond.
He don't want to admit that he's wrong, bro. And that's what I was telling you. Instead of him seeing that I'm trying to bring unity between the people, he got that spirit of corruption.
Right. Just don't take that down. Leave it.
That demon in you, bro. It won't allow you to sit down and deal with peace. You want to compete. You want a religious gangbang. All you had to do is yield. You dealing with a different word than I'm dealing with. Just admit you're wrong. Again, that's L. That's A and L you talking about. That is power. And might it mean God too, though. It mean God too. But right here, the word I'm talking about, the 3 letters, A, L, and H, is God. It don't mean power, nothing else. It just means God. You see the difference between the 2 words?
Yeah.
You see? So now, when you come here, this is for the brother that was talking earlier about, you know, the Allah. And this is what I was trying to tell him. We know it say La ilaha illallah. But if you heard me, I said they used the word ilaha during the time of paganry. It's not the same as the word Allah. See, it means ilah, to adore, to worship, to deify anyone, call anyone worthy of worship. Allah is not the same as this word ilah. Ilah, God, deity, worthy of worship, ilaha. Remember I said that represent those who are pagan deities. I said that. There's none other that can be and will never be worthy of worship. You see 2 gods and all that. Now let's look at the word Allah. Totally different word. Ilah is used over 147 times in the Quran with plurals. Look, Allah. This is what Allah means. It is the proper noun applied to the supreme being who is the sole possessor of all perfect attributes, who is free from all defects, who exists necessarily by himself. It is not a common noun. All divine attributes mentioned in the Holy Quran are qualities of the proper name, Allah. So Allah is the proper name. No other language has distinctive name for the divine being. The names found in other languages are either attributive or descriptive and can be used in the plural form. That's like ilah. But the word Allah is never used for any other thing, being, or deity. And this is what I was trying to tell KJ. It is never used as a qualifying word. Sibwiya Khalil says, since al in the beginning of the word Allah is inseparable from it, it is a simple substantive, not derived from any other word. The word Allah is not a contraction of al in ilah. This is what I was telling you, as some people tend to believe, but a quite different word. And we see they 2 different words, ilah over here, Allah over there. This being the proper name of the supreme being and having no parallel or equivalent in any other language of the world. The original name Allah should be retained in the translation, the English word God, which is common Teutonic word for the personal object of religious worship applied to all human beings of heathen mythologies who exercise power over nature, and human being can hardly be even an appropriate or substitute. Yahawah means oh that person, while pronouncing the word Allah, the stress and accents is on the letters L, and then they say as in D, Abby. But you know, Allah is the proper name, brother. You know, it's not ilah. So even though ilah means gods, this is mostly what they use for pagan gods. That's why they said there's no God but Allah. You understand? You know, but Allah is his proper name. So I wanted to put that there. You know, but again, Apostle, you're wrong. You can keep trying to beat around the bush, but you're really fighting, you know, against a dead measure, pretty much. You know, it don't make no sense. You're looking crazy out here, brother, with all due respect. Go ahead, sir.
All right. I want
to respond.
I want to let the Apostle respond.
All right. Now go back to it. Go back to it.
There you go. There you go, right there.
Go back to it, sir. Blow it up.
There you go, right there. That's your word right there.
Okay.
Apostle,
now,
that's mine.
look,
that.
these words are inexchangeable. 410.
That's right.
Okay.
Inexchangeable.
They're all
right.
inexchangeable. I'm talking AL. I'm talking ALH. They're all. That's why it says God, God, power, mighty, godly, great, and down here, God the same. God is great, mighty, angels exceedingly. It's no difference, A-L-A-A-L or A-L-H. There's no difference. They are interchangeable. To try to make it different, you're lying. And I'm not coming up here trying to break peace. I'm coming up here sharing truth. Because it would be blaspheming of me to say that Allah is Yahawah. And I will never say that. I still will break bread with you, but I will disagree with you fanatically. Okay? That Yahawah is the Most High God, and that is not Allah. Now, if you want to go to war over that, that's you.
Hey,
I'm not breaking
sa.neter.
peace. Let me
Hey, go ahead and move to the next person.
Don't cut me off. Let me
move to the next person, sa.neter, because
let
he's
me
saying the same
build.
thing.
I know.
Yeah, Apostle, I got to move to the next person.
We got
I
other
just
people
cut
that
him
want-
again, and that's why
You didn't cut
I
him.
cut him.
All right,
You didn't cut
Apostle.
him,
Hold
bro.
on. Hey, Keon, you going to say something? You got the floor now, brother. You got the floor.
Yeah, I got you. I'm a little sick, y'all, so work with me here. But I'm just read a couple. I'm gonna just read a couple scriptures here, right?
Uh-oh.
Let's
Stop
just go to the
always
word.
thinking.
But let's just go. Okay, so
Don't
first
be
one, right?
messy,
Romans.
Si. You ain't got to be messy.
Uh-oh. Romans 11:29, right? Let's start there. Romans 11:29. For the gifts and the calling of God are irrevocable. If God has ever been good, then he will always be good because he never changes, right? Malachi 3:6. This is the Old Testament. It says, I am the Lord, I change not. Right? We're going back to the New Testament, Hebrews 13:8. It says, Jesus is the same. This is for my Christian brothers. Jesus is the same yesterday, today, and forevermore. Those are just three scriptures right there. So, brother, for you to sit up here and tell me, and this is what you get with a lot of Islamic brothers, because I don't know what they're teaching y'all guys over there, but you get this a lot where they try to sometimes conflate the two and be like, oh, since Allah just means God in general is a noun, it means that Yahawah is with. No, we're not going to do that. That's some esoteric hippity hoppity stuff that you try to put together, and this is not esoteric, brother. This is facts right here. If God is saying that he is ever the same and never changes, why in the heck would he tell us to go from the Ten Commandments to worshiping a black cube somewhere over there in Arabic land? What is the what if there is such a difference in the traditions of the two systems, how can you say they are the same?
Thank you, Keon.
Okay. Now show me where it states that Allah is the Kaaba.
That has nothing to do with my, okay. Do you want me to repeat my question?
Hold on,
You want me to repeat my question?
Don't
Just
cut
go
into
suck
what
on
I'm
it, man.
saying, brother.
Go
I
suck
can
on it.
I can repeat my question.
This is the problem. No, I don't want you talking right now.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, this is the problem with y'all. I'm sitting here, let y'all speak, and then when I start speaking, you want to cut in. We ain't gonna do that here. Show me where Allah Himself is referred to as the Kaaba. I'm finished. I'm mute my mic. Show me the source for that. And I guarantee you, I can give you 30. I know you don't have. So stop running your mouth.
Don't exist.
Stop running your mouth. Stop being so emotional and learn something, brother. I've been doing this 30 years. I'm demonstrating unity. If you say it's the same God, you're right. It is the same God. So why you ain't accepting the name in the Hebrew that I just said? I just showed you the Hebrew name.
So watch
Hold on. Keon.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you go to Genesis 32:28 real quick and read, brother?
Uh-oh.
Yes, sir.
Uh-oh. Might have beat me to it.
I bet you this don't answer my question, but what is it? You said Genesis 32?
Yeah, Genesis 30. No, it's going to prove that your God is contradicted in the Bible.
God changes.
What does that have to do with my? Do y'all want me to repeat my question so that we can, you know what I mean?
Nah, man, read the verse.
Okay.
Read the verse, brother. Because you read the verse, right? So I'm gonna
Yeah,
read,
I answered my question first though,
read
just to
a
be honest.
verse
But what's the verse?
It's
that's
about to get
wrong.
answered. Read the verse.
What's the verse?
Genesis 32:28.
28.
Because you read a verse that proved to us that God never changes, right? God
Yep.
doesn't change. Okay, read Genesis 32,
And he
28.
said, "Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince." This is, oh my goodness, sir. Jesus. Oh my goodness.
Read it.
Do you want me to repeat my question?
That's
Do
not
you?
God changing.
That's not
Yeah,
God. That's Jacob.
That's
That's
God
not God.
changing Jacob's
let,
name.
This is
let
Do
me
you want me
answer
to
the
See,
repeat
that's
my
question.
corny.
question?
That's corny,
No.
man.
Let me answer the
That's
question.
corny.
So here's your God
Really?
as Here's your God as El Shaddai.
My God ain't no
Abraham
El
knew him
Shaddai.
as El Shaddai. When he turns to Yahweh, Abraham never knew his name as that.
And Yahweh ain't
Nor
no
did
God.
anybody.
Yahweh.
Neither is Yahawah.
Yahweh.
Yahawah is all Yah, but Yah was the moon god in ancient Egypt when we gave you the name in the first place.
Why does
So
that
you're
matter,
just a
brother?
baby to us anyway.
What does it
Oh,
But
that's
matter? How
corny.
did Abraham know him?
because
What
you
does that
just said
matter?
he don't change, but he called himself El Shaddai, then he had a name change all of
Did
a
he
sudden. He went
introduce a
down to the
name to
public
Abraham?
office and switched his name. Why your God switching names if he never changed? How he go from
Maybe
El
because El
Shaddai
Shaddai
to
wasn't his
Yahweh?
name.
And why do the
Maybe
That
brother
because
have
El
to
wasn't
keep
Shaddai
his
wasn't the
name.
explaining?
name.
Shh,
That wasn't
it's
his
not
name.
your turn. Nobody interrupted when you guys were talking. Hush and listen. When his name was El, like like Ilallah, when it was ill, because that's what it is, then it would be similar to Allah. So when he was El Shaddai, guess what? Similar to Allah. So now all of a sudden he's Yahweh, a Yahweh. Y'all don't even know the pronouncement of it because it's YHWH. And it doesn't even have the vowels in it because Hebrew didn't have the vowels when they was deciphering it. So you don't know how it's pronounced. But since it's Yahweh from El Shaddai, he clearly changed his name. So you would be lying about that point. And the second part, clearly when he was El, and you have El Quran, and you have Al-Ilah, and it's clearly the same. It's clearly similar. They're clearly brothers because it's a Semitic language, and we know Baharic and Sahidic eventually become Hebrew and Arabic.
And
That
to add on what my brother was saying, of course, now all of a sudden the scriptures don't mean nothing. So Apostle and Keon is like, oh, sa.neter, come on, that's not saying the same thing. Yes, it is. You said God, Yahawah, don't change. And right here it says, and he said, thy name shall be called no more Jacob. Right there, he's changing it, but Israel. See? So that's when they became Israel. God changed their name
That
to
don't mean
Israel.
God
Be
changed.
quiet,
Oh my
be
goodness.
quiet. God did change it, brother. God changed it. Who else changed it, man? Damn, man. Y'all, sometimes even when you see the scripture, you still can't even, you got to lie
no,
about that. God
Sa,
did
the
change
sad
it.
part, the sad part about what you just showed is that they always talk stuff about Yaqub, but right there, you went from being Yaqub to Israel.
Right.
Who? You
So
talking
you
about the big
Yaqub,
Who
head
the
boy?
hell is Yakub?
Who are you talking? Come on, brother. Like,
See,
Jacob,
okay,
you
first
don't
of all,
Yaqub,
Side,
please
you're
be
wrong. First
quiet.
of all,
You
Yaqub,
worse
Side.
than
and
Sodom.
everybody
Oh
can
my
see it
goodness,
right
brother.
there.
You worse
Oh
than
my
A
goodness,
Sodom.
fact.
brother.
You're
He's talking
worse
about
than
the big
Sodom.
head alien. This is the problem. Y'all done went so far down the Islam train that y'all don't even understand just proper English. So first of all, that is not talking about God. That is talking about Jacob. He changed his name. That doesn't mean God changed at all. Where is it saying that God changed it? And again, Asar, I don't know what you're talking about. You over here talking about big-headed aliens now. This is ridiculous here. We need to get back on topic, and we need to stop. First of all, we need to stop disrespecting our ancestors by sitting up here saying that they all was the same. Kamisha don't even just say that Israel's the same as Christians or Israelites. He say that the Cometians is the same as the Jewish people. He say they all is the same. We might as well all be the same. So what in the world? Explain the wars, brother. Explain all the deaths for this religious stuff that we talking about? Let's explain in the Bible, in the Quran, every place that you talking about, they had wars against each other, but we're all the same. We're all just worshiping the same God. Brother, you are sick. This is a sickness. We need to get rid of this. I'm trying to tell you, it's this esoteric, it's
Worse than Black
theophany stuff.
Jesus, man.
Man,
Watch,
we need to stop it.
watch this. Watch this. So
Don't
when
make
they
no
wander
sense.
in the desert in Israel, or when they wander through Egypt for 40 years, what did they say that the men who are the fathers of the Israelites were?
Oh,
I don't know, brother, who
man,
this
and
is.
we didn't wander through
You don't
Egypt
want to
40
answer?
years.
Hold up, hold up,
I
hold
don't.
up. You don't
I
want to
don't. It
answer
has nothing to do with
because
what
you
I
know
said.
your Bible. Oh, it has everything to do with what you said. So the fathers in your Bible tell you that the fathers of the Israelites were Egyptian.
Yeah, right.
Now, after they pass away, you have a circumcision and start calling yourself Israelite.
You don't know
But
what you're
your
talking
fathers
about,
are
man.
Egyptian in the Bible. So
Hey,
you are the same.
Asar,
Stop running from the facts.
watch this, Asar. They're going to have a problem with this one. Okay, being that you said that's not God changing. Remember when Moses had to tell God, don't kill the people? Because God made a promise to them that he will give them a land of their own. And God was getting ready to kill them. Right there, he changed his mind to kill them. And then Moses said, God, what are you doing? You made a promise that you was not going to kill them, that you was going to give them the land of their own where they could go in there. And God repented. Once we read the words, God repented, showing you that God changed his goddamn mind. What are you talking about? God changes all the time. It's in the book. Now, what you got to say to that one, Apostle and Keon? It's good to see y'all two on the same pages today.
Very simple. In Malachi, where God says he never changes, he was talking about dealing with the promise that he made. So listen, man, are you going to interrupt me or not?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
He's dealing with, and you can go to Malachi and see it. He's dealing with the promises that he made to his people. He said, I change not concerning my promises that I have made. I will keep my promises.
Oh, so God do change though, right?
Look, no, he doesn't. Even though sometimes he can show mercy,
he's only dealing with that,
means
God
he changed,
right?
He showed mercy. That's
right,
all it is.
But God
But according
change,
to
right?
his promises in Malachi that he made to Israel, he said, I change not.
Oh, okay, I got you, Apostle. So he was saying, according to that situation. So that means God do change, but just not in that time, that situation, right, Apostle?
Where we got that from, where it says God said, I change not.
Right.
Deal with it in context.
So I'm asking
he's
you
talking
now.
about he's talking about his promises.
I got that already. You got that already. Come on.
Said
you are repeating yourself. I heard you. Now I'm asking you, does God change? Yes or no?
I'm saying concerning God's changes is his prerogative. If he decides to show mercy, the fact that Christ came and died on the cross, that was slain, that was done before the foundation of the world. Okay?
What?
That God gave an escape to his people because he knew we would break the law. So he provided a scapegoat. That's common. That's not changing. So I
The
mean,
book
look,
said, "Accept your righteousness,
I've always
accept your righteousness, succeed that in the Pharisees and the scribes. You shall not enter into the kingdom of heaven." How can you enter heaven if you are not better than the Jew by keeping the laws and commandments? You are Old Testament. You know good and well you can't use that.
Okay, hey everybody, let me bring on another person. Just came in the building. OTK is in the building. What's up, OT?
Hey, what's going on, Kasai? Man, peace to the panel. Asar, my good brother Apostle. What's going on?
My brother.
Man, Kemetian with a great bill today, man. Regardless of whether you don't accept it or not, it was a great bill. You know what I mean? It was something to take from that bill, regardless. But I got a question. Because Apostle say he trying to bring this thing back together, the Hebrew Israelites and Islam together.
I didn't
Is
hear him say that.
Ishmael isn't
Whoa, I
Ishmael
didn't
a
say that.
predominant?
I
Yeah,
didn't
I
say
didn't
that.
hear him say that, brother.
I didn't say that.
Yes, he did say that. Yeah,
I
well,
didn't
yeah,
say
he
that.
did say that.
No,
No,
Commission.
Commission
no,
Adept said that.
Commission.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Commission
Commission
said
Adept
that.
said that.
Yeah.
Right. So I feel him what he's saying, because y'all Hebrews say you are who your father are, correct?
yep.
Isn't Ishmael daddy Abraham?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Answer
Yeah,
the
but
question.
Ishmael is not my daddy.
No, I'm just
He said
saying.
that's not my daddy.
Yes.
Ishmael, okay, Isaac is Ishmael's brother, correct?
Right.
From
And
Abraham,
6
correct?
other brothers. And 6 other
No,
brothers.
let's just talk about those two, because these are the
Why?
progenitors of many nations that got blessed
Huh?
by God. Ishmael got blessed by God first, and when he got kicked out, him and his mama got kicked out, God said, you will be blessed to have many nations too. Isaac was the progenitor of a cursed race. Isaac is the progenitor of Jacob. Jacob and the Israelites are cursed because they took the birthright from Esau. So Ishmael
They
is
didn't take
way
the
more.
birthright. No, that's wrong, brother.
Jacob didn't.
Apostle, I need you to stop cutting people off, man. You can respond when they finish.
My
Yeah.
bad. They are the progenitors of this cursed race. Isaac, correct?
Come on, Keon.
No.
Isaac is the Hebrew, and his son Jacob is the first Israelite, correct? Yes or no? First of all, let's
Yeah,
start
but
there.
not cursed. Show me where they cursed.
Are the Israelites cursed to this day? Isn't that
No.
y'all message?
No, we're cursed because of disobedience. Not
Isn't that the
because,
bloodline of Jacob?
They
Is
cursed,
that the
brother. I
bloodline of
ain't cursed.
Jacob?
look, as a tribe,
Also
we
believe
were cursed. He asking me a question, son.
Yeah, you crazy. You really believe you curse, man?
No,
Yeah, they cursed.
not
I
me
don't know.
personally. No, I'm not cursed. I'm saying as a tribe, as a nation, Israel was cursed because we broke the law. We broke the covenant. Therefore, we became cursed because we did not keep the covenant.
Okay.
As a nation.
When did Israel become a people and not one person?
After the Exodus.
After Jacob had his children. After Jacob had his 12 sons. We became the 12 sons.
So Israel is not a place then. Israel is a people.
Israel's a place, it's a people, sure.
All right. So how is your promised land Israel in?
What?
How is the promised land Israel if Israel is a people and not a place?
Because God gave it to us.
They gave y'all somebody else's land.
Because the Most High gave it to us.
Okay.
From the beginning. The people that were there took it. They wasn't supposed to be there. But they
you know
took
what?
it.
You know what, Apostle? That same God of the Bible sound just like these European colonizers that came and tried to take stuff. They
don't care
came
what
on
they
somebody
sound
else's
like.
land and took stuff, and they came in the name of that Bible, Apostle. And I see why they did that, because of what that Bible teaches.
Well,
I didn't see
that's
no
what you
Islamic.
believe. I can
Hold on, I
respect
didn't
what you
see
believe.
no Islamic. It's no Islamic people that was coming over here to America that was setting up shop. If they was Moors. They was Islamic and Christian. So this is why I have a problem with Christianity and not Islam. Islam is totally different because they didn't come from no curse. They didn't have nobody cursed. They didn't come in and take over people's land or whatever like that. They built their own establishment.
Bring it out, bro. Bring it out.
When you're dealing like that, it's kind of hard because we know over here in America, they use that book. They so-called used the book to did what they did over here in America. They didn't use the Quran. So
Are you
why
saying
should
that
we follow?
Are you saying that Islam never enslaved anyone? Like no one was ever
No, I
enslaved
said
under Islam?
America. Of course, those now would you say they was Islamic or would you say they was Arabs?
It's both. It could be both. What do you mean? What's the difference?
They were both.
Yeah, like what's the difference?
They were Arabics that believed in Islam.
Don't try to use the light-skinned Arabic versus black African stuff. No, it's Islam. Islam is Islam. Rather
Okay, but
regardless.
what is Mohammedism?
I don't care. What is brother? It's
No,
Islam,
no, no,
brother.
no. It's a difference, bro. Because if I'm
Oh
not
Why
my
is it
mistaken,
a
goodness.
they was
difference?
practicing. Hey,
So
Hassan,
so wait.
my brother
So
Hassan,
how can
was
you
they
see that? How can
practicing?
you see? Hold on, wait.
Hold
How
on.
can
Was
you
they
see the
practicing
differences in your
Mohammedism?
religion?
Hold on. Was they practicing Mohammedism, or was it before Islam, brother Hassan? If they want to call it Mohammedism, was there such thing before Islam? Before Islam was fully Islam, brother Shah Hassan?
Yeah, before Islam, it was Moorish paganism, and a lot of them came over with Egyptian beliefs, which is why you find some of uh things from the Paret Haru on down in your Quran, just like you find them in your Bible. The only reason why I haven't exposed and gone in on some of the stuff I found in Al-Baqarah and what have you is because I made a promise to Sheikh Amjad, who sat down with me and taught me Islam at the time, that I wouldn't do that. So yeah, there's plenty. I didn't say I couldn't admit to it though.
Okay. All right, bet. Thank you, Uncle Side, man. That's all. I'm good.
All right, peace. Damn. OTK came in with some fire questions. Had
I'm
them.
confused.
He had
I'm
them a
confused.
big one.
OTK got me confused.
Nah,
I
man.
just want to say before I go,
Nah, don't go,
I'm
Apostle.
doing.
Go ahead, man. We love you, man.
Oh, bro, can I speak, sir, before I go?
Yeah, speak, brother. Go ahead.
All right. I'm doing a presentation the weekend after Pesach, which will be the 19th on New Torah nights.
Okay. My man,
The
Elder
proper
Yahawah.
name of Yahawah. On the proper name of Yahawah.
Well, I don't know how you're going to do that because God ain't come down and tell you his name. It's going to be all
How you
made
know
up.
what God did?
It's
How
going
you
to
know
be
what
made
God
up.
did?
It's going to be made up because
Yeah,
nobody's
okay.
seen God. Nobody
Right.
spoke to him.
Right.
Nobody.
Right.
Nobody.
Right.
It's all
Did
going to
God
be
speak to Kemetian? Or did Kemetian just make all that up?
Yeah. Yo, listen.
Huh?
It'll be all made up.
Did God speak to Kemetian? Or did Kemetian just make all that up?
Well, God spoke to Kemetian.
Oh, he did?
Yeah,
But he
because
didn't speak to me.
we ain't talking about a mystery God. See, you talking about a mystery God, someone that never been seen or heard. You know, that's who you're talking about. That's why I say that, Apostle.
No. I've heard my God. What you mean?
No, you didn't.
A lie? If I haven't?
So what
are
you
you
heard
talking
him
about?
say?
My
What you
God
heard
lives
him-
on the inside of me. What are you talking about?
Your
I'm
God
just
is
not
on
going
the
to say he's
inside of
not
you.
in you.
So you said your God is on the inside of you, Apostle.
Sure he is. He's
Okay.
everywhere. He's omnipotent.
So that
He's
means
in
you're
me.
God.
He's without me.
So that
Sure
means
he is.
you're God, right?
He's my God. Yeah.
That means you are God, right?
No, I
If
am a
God is
God.
inside of
Yes.
you and he become a part of you, that means you are God, right?
I'm not the most high God, sir.
I ain't asked you none of that. I said, are you God, brother?
I am a God. Yeah.
Damn, man. Thank you, brother.
I got no look. You got Psalms 82. I am a God. I'm
All
not
right,
the
there you
God.
go, brother. That's all I'm saying.
And
Yeah,
you know
all right.
what?
But look. I know you are not the God because you're speaking to the God right now. So you can't be the God. You're speaking to the God. What the hell are you talking about? Jose, what it is, man?
What's going on? What's up, Asa? What's up, man? I came on here because you made me a promise a long time ago, like you forgot me, sa.neter.
What's that?
That you was gonna let me come on and do a little presentation on your program. You said that a long time ago, like you forget me, man.
You ain't never come through. You never came through.
Yeah, put it back on me because I really didn't follow up with you. I really didn't follow up with you. But when you get opportunity, I would like to do that.
Yo, man, Apostle is a tough cookie, man. sa.neter should be ashamed of himself. Keep whipping Apostle like that. Nah, man. Apostle gonna learn. Go ahead. What's up, Jose?
No, I wanted to, or I could come on your platform, or I can invite you onto my page.
I'll come on your page, brother. I'll come to you.
All right. I'll email you with some of the details. I want to invite Asar too.
Okay.
Asar, you hear me? I can't hear me, boy.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That's what I came on to say. We're gonna talk about that later, right? So.
All right. All right, brother. So Keon, here we is. We at it again, Keon. What do you think about what you're hearing, brother?
Oh man, it's man, I'm definitely entertained. You know what I mean? I can say that for sure. That brother.
I gotta go get that. Are you not entertained? What do you think about yeah, man? Pastor Bennett coming back out of retirement.
Yeah, it's the okay. So the subject salvation is also for non-Israelites, right?
Yes.
Oh, Cap, man. I don't know, man. Cap been on a world tour beatdown when it comes to this stuff, man. He just got beat up on.
I'm telling you, Pastor Bennett beat Captain already. You ain't see that one.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, he beat Captain, and the people. Yeah. Now you know I love my Captain, man. Captain, my brother, but he beat Captain one time.
Facts.
Yeah.
I don't doubt it. Yeah, Pastor Bennett, he a tough cookie.
Pastor Bennett is one of the tops when it comes to this pastor stuff, man.
Man. And he don't play. He ain't gonna just let you slide with that BS. My only thing is that go ahead.
I think he gonna get Captain Tazariak, but every time I go against the Captain, he proved me wrong, brother.
Yeah. That's what I was saying too. Like my only thing is like when they do that question and answer.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like Cap is gonna try to, try to emasculate Pastor. He try to get his man on, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's gonna be interesting though. That's gonna be interesting.
No doubt. All right, we got my man Kemetian back in the building. Kemetian, what up? Kemetian, calling Kemetian. Unmute yourself. Calling on Kemetian.
Somebody in the chat is running.
I'm gonna have to close out, brother. We got like 4 hours in, and I got to close out, Kemetian. Peace.
All right,
we're gonna close out with Kemetian's music for the HOK. This is Brother Kemetian. Thank you, brother, for this song, Kemetian. Kemetian is a bad rapper. He's nice with it. Listen to the lyrics.
True Yahawah, AGS Damari. Y'all know what time it is. Place your bets. Source up and shut up. Alpha Villain Debate Coliseum, you pseudo sideline. Yeah, I got plenty motion. You blind, lead the blind. I'm in the HOK, sourced up and ready. I got the drop on every op. Yeah, who wanna test me? Debate Coliseum, you pseudo sideline. Yeah, I got plenty motion. You blind, lead the blind. I'm in the HOK, sourced up and ready. I got the drop on every op. Yeah, who wanna test me? Stepper with a cane and top, had to match. A Lord of Ice, supreme ruler, that's right in his act. Double or nothing, 2 for 1. That's how I'm coming. Do the math and do the knowledge. I'm March 100. And I stay reppin' at 5. Who wanna see me live? Got a murder man vibe. Bodies in my archives. When I up my source, just up the score cause it's a rap. And I be that more. You don't remember he was cap called blabber lacking in his babble. Ran down on him. The real driller from Manila. I stood over homie. I took his fares. He was fake and he was false flag. And I'm here to rep that right way. And I'ma keep spazzing. Behind my people I stand on business. Yeah, I'm crashing out. And if you cross my golden path, yeah, I'm flashing out. Got a bucket list of future bodies in my inventory. My peer reviews are undisputed. You can keep the glory. Every appeal to authorities just to cry for help. And intellectual cowards, they die 1,000 deaths. Who really want it with me? I stay war ready. Round for round, got 100 slides. Who wanna test me? Debate Coliseum, you pseudo sideline. Yeah, I got plenty motion. You blind, lead the blind. I'm in the HOK, sourced up and ready. I got the drop on every op. Yeah, who wanna test me? Debate Coliseum, you pseudo sideline. Yeah, I got plenty motion. You blind, lead the blind. I'm in the HOK, sourced up and ready. I got the drop and every op, yeah, who wanna test me? Godfather green light, I'ma whack 'em all. It's time to clean up the platform and tax 'em all. Know it like you owe it, the elder sent me for it. Retaliation is a must and that Canopa's bogus. It's pseudo killer be killed when I'm in the battlefield. They say steel sharp and steel, my real isn't real. Yeah, this that simmer talk and I'm ready to drill. Train to go and fully equipped to break that Roman seal. Grinding the powder and get power to the masses. If it's smoke, then it's smoke, I'ma get axed. Tell them come with it. Done did it, we split it, they can all get it. I got 7 deadly venoms, been sick with it. I can behead them in public and still get acquitted. I put in work on house niggas and tell them I hit them. I'm that runaway slave they wanna capture. I took the whip from his hand and punished master. He's just another widow son of a bastard. I wage war on infidels and call them Kafirs. If sa.neter give me that card in your chapter, knowledge is power, test mine and I'ma smash it. Coliseum, you see those sidelines. Yeah, I got plenty motion. You blind, leading the blind. I'm in the HOK, sourced up and ready. I got the drop on every op. Yeah, who wanna test me? Debate Coliseum, you see those sidelines. Yeah, I got plenty motion. You blind, lead the blind. I'm in the HOK, sourced up and ready. I got the drop on every op. Yeah, who wanna test me?
Come on, man, yo, I gotta stop talking when I'm putting my sound effects on. I'm saying oh for a reason. You see that young champion, the future champ in the building, god damn it. He ain't afraid to pop up in this mud, huh? He ain't afraid. Y'all playing yourself. That's right. Yeah, but you talk that talk. The man didn't ask you nothing about what's important. He's asking you, he's challenging you to do so. Okay, he ain't asking y'all, is it important? Y'all was talking that bungo shit. The man popped up. He's challenging y'all.
We are the babies of sa.neter. We are emulating the greatness of sa.neter, the HOK, the House of Consciousness, and the trailblazing work by the one and only sa.neter. And I told sa.neter because we your babies, sa.neter, because we your goddamn babies, we gonna be successful, bruh.
Step in this ring, we go toe for toe, toe for toe. Tough in the environment, ride for ride, blow for blow, blow. So one I mind of all that storm, rain, sleet, and snow. Cap on my back like a medic, been ready for war. HOK on the front line, ready to go. We done run with the jungle, climb out the snow. We don't deal with the foes, can't trust them. Them boys throwing signs, but they ain't saying nothing. I see my bread when I sleep, and when I wake from it, it's about to go down up in the street. We bout this shit, something. Sitting on my feet, cause I'm a man on that fix. Running, welcome to the HOK, we like the wind coming. No, we don't fly with the snakes, to the way from us. Get them your last watch and see this thing gon' take from you. For the babies, give my heart and soul, make a way for 'em. I put my life on the line like I'm big for 'em. See, in a minute, we in the minutes, I'm Popeye with the bitty. We keep it bottom moving like it's in it. I'm right there back and want me, you can get it. I got that hammer homie like a way. Research, run that badger like a play. Bring it to you like a play. I'm with us, we straight. Step in this ring, we go toe for toe, toe for toe. Tough in the environment, ride for ride, blow for blow, blow. So one I mind of all that storm, rain, sleet, and snow. Cap on my back like a medic, been ready for war. HOK on the front line, ready to go. We done run with the jungle, climb out the snow. We don't deal with the foes, can't trust them. Them boys throwing signs, but they ain't saying nothing. They say that they ready for what we gon' get in the thing change. They living in the thing, the rope at their bottom, they hollering the gang, can't go in the bang, killing the name, they can wait for these